हेलो। ऑन कर लिया। हेलो हेलो हेलो। बता दो, उसको बोल दो बैकड्रॉप लगा दो। आ रही है बट ये साउंड जो आ रही है। मैं ये एक एक करके इसमें बोलता हूँ। बटन दबा दिए। हेलो माइक वन। हेलो माइक वन। हाँ माइक टू। हेलो माइक टू। ये तो कर ले होंगे जब। हेलो माइक थ्री। माइक थ्री। साउंड नहीं आ रहा उसमें लाइव में आने
हाँ बताइए सर, बताइए। हेलो। हेलो 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 हेलो। अरे लाइव पे नहीं आ रही। हेलो
हेलो हेलो। आ रही है? नहीं आ रही? हेलो हेलो। अभी भी नहीं आई? हेलो हेलो। आई? बाहर वाला? बस वीडियो वाले तो समझ नहीं आ रहा। हेलो हेलो हेलो, अब आ रही है? अभी भी नहीं आई? हेलो हेलो, लेवल अप तो हूँ। हेलो हेलो, वो नहीं रहा है। लो म्यूट तो शायद बोल।
हेलो हेलो
आ रही है? हेलो हेलो,
हेलो हेलो साउंड आ रही है इसकी? हमिंग भी
ये बन स्टाफ के बंदे बोलना पड़ेगा, सुई स्टाफ है। पर मेन तो इसी पे बोल रहे थे सब। ये बन कैश उठा रहे ना इसकी साउंड बोर्ड बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है ना, डेड वायर से है ये, वही से या पीछे से इधर नहीं है इसका कंट्रोल।
हेलो 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 हेलो, ठीक है, क्लियर आ रहा है ना?
हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक, हेलो 1 2 3, हेलो चेक,
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो साउंड चेक, हेलो 1 2 3 साउंड चेक, हेलो 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 चेक, हेलो 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 चेक चेक साउंड, हेलो 1 2 3 साउंड चेक, हेलो हेलो Hello, sound check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, check. Hello. अब भी आ रही है? Hello. Hello, check. Hello. 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 Sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Hello. Hello. Check. Hello. 1, 2, 3. Sound check. Hello. 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 Okay. Okay. Sound. Okay. सर चेक करिएगा. सर आ रही है भाई हल्की फुल्की मैं और माइनर कर दूंगा और क्या. हाँ. हेलो हेलो चेक. ठीक. हेलो हेलो चेक. साउंड चेक. यही रखेंगे सेटिंग जो भी होगी. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो हेलो 1 2 3. हाँ कर रहा हूँ. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो 1 2 3. साउंड चेक. 1 2 3 4. हेलो 1 2 3. हेलो चेक. हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो चेक. हेलो साउंड चेक. 1 2 3. हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो वायर लगा रखी भी है कैमरे में. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो 1 2 3. साउंड चेक. हेलो चेक. हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो 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 साउंड चेक. हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो हेलो 1 2 3. हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो साउंड चेक. हेलो 1 2 3. साउंड चेक. हेलो हेलो चेक. हेलो hello, 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 check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, sound check. Hello, check. Hello, hello, sound check. Hello, 1 2 3, sound check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, hello, check. Hello, 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 hello. ये लगाओ ना. Hello, check. Hello, 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 check. Hello, 1 2 3, sound check. Hello, 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 check. Sound check. Hello, hello, 1 2 3, sound check. Hello, check. Sound check. Hello, hello, sound check. Hello, 1 2 3.
Hello, hello, check, check. Hello. Hello, check, check, check. Hello, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, mic test, check. Hello, 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 hello.
टीवी ऑन करेगा।
ऑन ऑफ कर देना ना प्ले। पंकज, अरे बड़े वाले की लेके जाओ, बड़ा वाला भी छोड़ देना तुम्हें।
वो नहीं, ये यहाँ जब होगी ना,
छोटा वाला इन तीनों का है।
ये हेडफोन देना अपनी वाली। अभी ठीक नहीं आ रही, रुक जाओ एक सेकंड, चेक करो।
हेलो हेलो चेक। हेलो हेलो 1 2 3। हेलो हेलो साउंड चेक। हेलो 1 2 3 साउंड चेक। हेलो हेलो चेक। हेलो 1 2 3 साउंड चेक। हेलो हेलो चेक। हेलो हेलो 1 2 3 साउंड चेक। हेलो हेलो चेक।
ये ले भाई, फोन में लगा, इसमें देखो।
चेतन
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming. It's an honor and privilege to welcome you all to this National Biopharma Mission Conclave, and which is aptly named Catalyzing Transforming Impact on Affordable Product Development in India. Mission is a flagship program of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, implemented by BioRac, has completed 5 years of very impactful journey. So today we have gathered here to commemorate this occasion and to chronicle the journey thus far and deliberate on way forward. We thank you all for joining us in this celebration on this occasion. And without much ado, I would like to begin the day's proceeding. First of all, I would like to invite our esteemed dignitaries for the inaugural session onto the dais. May I request the dignitaries, Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, Dr. Rajesh Kokle, Dr. Renu Swaroop, Dr. Krishna Ella, Professor Srinath Reddy, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Dr. Alka Sharma, and Dr. Jyoti Logani. Good morning. Now I request my colleagues, Dr. Madhvi Rao and Pooja Tanwar, to welcome the guests. Dr. Ma. Dr. Pooja. For any good gathering, we need to have an auspicious opening. For this, I would like to invite all the dignitaries for the lamp lighting ceremony. Thank you, dignitaries. Now let's begin the day's session. For this, first of all, I would like to invite Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, BioRack, for the welcome address. Thank you.
Respected Sri Rajesh Gokhale, Secretary Department of Biotechnology and DG BRIC Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Vijay Raghavan, former Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Renu Swarup, former Secretary DBT and former Managing Director BIRAC, Dr. Krishna Ella, CMD Bharat Biotech, Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor DBT and Scientist H, Dr. Srinath Reddy, ex-President, Honorary Distinguished Professor and ex-President of Public Health Foundation of India, Dr. Jyoti Logani, Scientist F, Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the conclave of National Biopharma Mission Conclave. This mission is a joint initiative of Department of Biotechnology, World Bank, and is being implemented by BIRAC. As we complete 5 years of this very important mission, we would like to showcase its impact and achievements and share success stories. This mission has been conceived and implemented with a broader vision of improving the healthcare ecosystem of our country by enabling affordable product development. Under this program, we have created shared instrumentation facilities and specialized laboratories across India, clinical trial networks, technology transfer offices, and have supported many innovations through funding these startups and established companies. Some of the success stories, achievements, and impact can be can be noted here. In vaccine, National Biopharma Mission fostered the development of 12 vaccine candidates. 2 vaccines, Zycovid-D and Carbovax for COVID, is funded under NBM, were launched. First biosimilar liraglutide support under NBM was launched with 65% decrease in the cost versus originator, improving accessibility and affordability of this crucial diabetic drug. We are also supporting novel therapies like CAR-T for refractory B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The list is very long, but to summarize, 19 products have been commercialized, 22 facilities have been supported, 33 IPs have been created, 55 publications have been done, 46 clinical trial networks have been created under this program, and 7 highly efficient technology transfer offices, and most importantly, we have touched the lives of around 250 million people in this country through these various programs, stakeholders, patients, hospitals, etc. I once again welcome you all and wish you a very fruitful interaction. We seek your blessings for the continuation of this program as we enter into NBM 2.0. This has been a very impactful 5-year journey for National Biopharma Mission. I wish you all the best for this program, and networking and guidance we get from you will help us to move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those opening introductions to National Biopharma Mission. Now I would request Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor, Scientist H, DBT, to give a perspective of organizing this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raj. Professor K. Vijay Raghavan, former PSA to the Government of India. Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, DG, Biotechnology Research Innovation Council, and Chairman BIREC. Dr. Renu Saru, former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, Professor Srinath Reddy, ex-president of PHFI, Dr. Krishna Ella, CMD BBIL, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIREC, directors from DBT's IBRIC Plus institutions, eminent speakers, moderators, exhibitors, startups, industry representatives, scientists, researchers, officials from various ministries and departments, students, and my colleagues from Department of Biotechnology and BIREC. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to thank each one of you for joining us today for the National Biopharma Mission Conclave, Catalyzing Transformative Impact on Affordable Product Development in India. So as you heard that this is the mission which has cabinet approved industry academia collaborative mission launched by Department of Biotechnology with the aim to accelerate discovery research to early development for biopharmaceuticals. The focus is on Innovate in India for empowering biotech entrepreneurs and accelerating inclusive innovation. This mission is co-funded by World Bank as loan and being implemented by BIREC. After more than 5 years of successful implementation of this mission, this has enabled and nurtured an ecosystem for preparing India's technological and product development capabilities in biopharmaceuticals to globally competitive level. The purpose of this conclave being organized by DBT and along with BIREC today is to showcase the transformative impact of investment made by DBT and BIREC so far by supporting capital intensive translational and clinical development for critical biopharma and MedTech products and innovation-driven growth by addressing gaps in the ecosystem. You just heard some of the highlights from MD BIREC, and during the day, a video will be played, and you can have that entire picture that what has been achieved so far and what is our way forward for this mission. This also includes development of technical capability such as technology transfer, bioprocess, human resources, and clinical trial networks, physical infrastructure for pilot production, analytical development, and validation capacity. So various sessions which have been planned today during the conclave and the exhibition will highlight the impact of National Biopharma Mission through development of various innovative products, technologies, and capacity building. So looking forward to your active participation during entire day through several panel discussions and also exhibitions which is just outside this hall. Once again, I welcome each one of you on behalf of Department of Biotechnology and BIREC, and big thank you for joining us today for this important conclave. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for introducing this session for the day and elaborating this. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Dr. Jyoti M. Logani, Scientist F, DBT, and Nodal Officer for NBM, for giving the key highlights of NBM achievements. Dr. Jyoti Logani.
So warm greetings on behalf of the Department of Biotechnology. I extend greetings to the dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues from the department, eminent scientists, representatives from academia, and the students who have joined us today. So I think it's already been spelled out how it has been a big journey, the impact which has been generated. I think everybody is aware of that. So I will just briefly touch upon the journey of the National Biopharma Mission, which we started in the year 2018 with the cabinet approval, and the mandate of the mission was to nurture an ecosystem for affordable product development. Next, please. So the objectives, I won't be, since much has already been said. We had a vision to enable a nurture for technological and product development advancement in the country, and the major focus was on to advancing the product leads, which would address the public health need of the country. In addition, there has been a strong ecosystem strengthening component which was built upon during the implementation of the mission. This Pan-India mission has supported more than 200 grantees, and there has been more than 100 projects which have been implemented, which brought together both public and private sectors. Next, please. So it has been a unique model whereby there was a lot of deliberations which have been held with the stakeholders, which implemented lots of to implement lots of collaborative activities. It's been a complete holistic model where there has been mentoring as well as monitoring components strongly driven by the project management unit which was set up, and it indeed bring in very strong collaborations. Can we move next, please? So as already said, there were two major verticals. One was on product development, which focused categorically for biosimilars, vaccines, biotherapeutics, devices, and diagnostics. And the ecosystem strengthening happened through establishment of shared facilities, research consortia, clinical trial networks, as well as technology transfer offices. Next, please. So in case of the product development portfolio, not to go through into much of the details, I would say 19 diseases were targeted, and we have seen development of around 42 novel products. More than 70 products were advanced, and many are still in the pipeline at advanced stages of development, and 18 have been commercialized. The portfolio on vaccine development was primarily around the infectious diseases, and the biotherapeutics focused on developing the affordable products to address diabetes, oncology, as well as rheumatoid arthritis. And the medical devices segment was categorically focused on advancing affordable devices and diagnostics to reduce the import dependency. Next, please. So I won't be talking much, as already summarized by Dr. Alka and Managing Director. So there was a portfolio for 12 vaccines, and we have also supported 8 biosimilars and 29 devices and diagnostics. And the impact which mission has created is increasing the number of products in the pipeline, and also increasing access to the products. There have been increase in the volume of the products which have addressed affordability and also created an impact in the cost of production by imparting support to the manufacturing processes. The ecosystem strengthening, which we see, there has been establishment of 21 state-of-the-art facilities, more than 60 technologies licensed, and many people have been trained, and we have clinical trial units established, and many of these facilities are also have started to generate the revenue. So the mission has been taking into note strengthening all the components which would be essentially required to support the product development within the country. So the ecosystem, I think it's already covered. So we do have, this has strengthened the decrease in the product development timelines, as well as fostered multidisciplinary collaborations, and also enhanced the quality and regulatory compliance by increasing the number of essays as well as increasing the number of scientific services. Also, there has been considerable increase in community-based clinical trials, which have further enabled larger volume of trials to be conducted in the country, and also enabled reduction in cost of some of the important services as well as cost of manufacturing. In terms of the trainings, most of the trainings have been imparted for clinical research, regulatory compliance, and technology to facilitate technology transfer. And around the people trained, 50% participation have been from the female participants. So we see there for the largest network of the technology transfer offices. This was the first time supported under the National Biopharma mission, and it is the largest effort of converging the technology transfer institution and employs highest number of technology transfer professionals. So we see from the multi-pronged approach which has been taken up to support product development, skill development, ecosystem strengthening, and technology transfer capacity, we have been able to leverage the biopharmaceutical industry in the country and provide input and provide some solutions to the disease needs of the country. So this is a snapshot, this is a portfolio of the achievements at a snapshot. So, and the end, I would just like to extend my acknowledgement to all the people who have been associated and has driven this National Biopharma mission. The leadership at the Department of Biotechnology, Dr. Gokhale, has been providing constant support. And I also take this opportunity to extend acknowledgement to our leadership, Professor Vijay Raghavan and Dr. Renu Swaroop, who were very much associated with the conceptualization of this mission. The unique unit that is the project management unit of the National Biopharma Mission at the BIRAC, which whereby oversight provided by MD BIRAC, and also my senior colleagues, Dr. Alka Sharma, has played a pivotal role in implementation of this mission. So I also acknowledge all the members of the advisory groups who have played a role in mentorship. So we had the participation both industry and academia. From the scientific advisory group, Dr. Ella has been part of the group, and also Dr. Srinath Reddy is heading the technical advisory group of the National Biopharma Mission. So I also acknowledge all the members of the project management unit, the knowledge partners, that is the IRV, as well as the clinical research partner CDSA, and the TTO training consultancy Sadhguru for supporting this mission. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti, and thank you for presenting the well-rounded overview of the National Biopharma Mission, which we so proudly drive for the acceleration of. And as Dr. Jyoti elaborated that for driving such an important mission, we need a very good advisory team, and we are thankful to have very good luminaries in this era. And the group is headed by Professor Srinath Reddy, and we are very fortunate to have him with us today. And I would like to invite Professor Srinath of Public Health Foundation of India to address us with his thoughts. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais, luminaries in the audience, distinguished delegates to this National Biopharma Conclave. It's indeed a pleasure, privilege, and a duty to be standing here to speak in this occasion. Pleasure because it is indeed a celebratory occasion where the splendor of Indian science and enterprise can be really acknowledged and also proclaimed for public knowledge. A privilege to be part of this conclave with so many scientific luminaries and eminent leaders of Indian science and industry present here. A duty because I was reluctantly inducted to be the chair of the technical advisory group, wondering what I was doing in that capacity. But it provided me an unforeseen and, I suppose, unequaled opportunity for continuing education in science and health and public policy. And I'm most grateful for that opportunity. I've always believed that science is sterile if it lacks a social purpose. And we must advance science from exploratory research to elucidatory research to implementation research. The exploratory research is biomedical research, epidemiological research, but unclinical research, which generates a fair amount of hypothesis and opens up pathways of potential exploration and application. The elucidatory research sets out hypotheses and tries to evaluate them through the vigor and rigor of good scientific methods. And therein, of course, we get not only the biomedical research, but also epidemiological and clinical research coming in very strongly into focus. But then they would remain an incomplete process if they did not move forward into implementation science, because science must ultimately find its fructification in public good in terms of advancing social objectives. And that is where I believe the National Biopharma Mission has been exemplary in setting standards and ensuring that we move science fast forward into application. So as we move from a socially defined purpose to a process which depends upon the rigor and vigor of science, to products which are impactful in application, I think BioRac has been propelling science very strongly along that pathway. Now, the question, of course, is always asked that much of science is done everywhere in the world, and much of scientific knowledge is possibly portable. So why undertake a lot of scientific research de novo here and invest a fair amount? That is because context matters. While some of fundamental knowledge may be very much transportable, the application is very much context relevant. So the purpose of scientific research is to provide evidence-informed, context-relevant, resource-optimizing, culturally adaptive, and equity-promoting recommendations for policy and practice, as well as products for application. And that is where BioRac has been remarkable in ensuring that. The second reason why we do need to invest is that we have recognized, to our own discomfiture during the COVID pandemic, that global supply chains, whether in terms of knowledge or in terms of products, are extremely fragile and unreliable. That there is definitely a case for self-reliance, even as we are part of the global family and share knowledge to the best of our ability. But we cannot be entirely dependent upon fragile global supply chains, either for knowledge transfer or for product transfer in an available and affordable manner. The third reason why we must advance efforts like the National Biopharma Mission and scientific research in general in the country is we have a remarkable opportunity also to advance science globally, apart from nationally. India, with its remarkable diversity of population, the largest population, no doubt, but a remarkable diversity of population in geography, culture, linguistics, nutritional patterns, multiple ways, provides a great opportunity for gene-environmental interactions to be studied, epigenetics to be studied, microbiome to be studied, and human knowledge, if it only depended upon Western generation of knowledge, would be extremely incomplete. And therefore, adding that fund of knowledge from Indian context, from Indian research, is not only going to be important for Indian science, but for advancing science overall globally. So these are the reasons why I believe we need to invest and invest more, and the National Biopharma Mission has been very rich in its productivity. Whether it's diagnostics or vaccines or drugs and devices, demographic surveillance sites, clinical trials, it has really done remarkably well during the time it has functioned. So we do recognize that we have to translate multidisciplinary knowledge into multi-sectoral pathways of application. And we need partnerships of academia, industry, scientific agencies of the government, health system managers, and healthcare providers. All of them will have to really be participants in this process, right from knowledge generation to application of knowledge, and even evaluation of its impact. And here, we see very clearly that the National Biopharma Mission has indeed established these kind of platforms for innovation and as a propellant of progress. And the Secretariat in particular needs to be congratulated for the remarkable manner in which it processes the applications, brings forth absolutely latest scientific knowledge for evaluation of the Scientific Advisory Committee and the Technical Advisory Group, and continues to provide answers to the queries raised in a very timely and complete manner. And but for that, the National Biopharma Mission would not have really proceeded on a fast track. So I'd like to thank the Secretariat on behalf of the whole tag. So we do need partnerships, as I said, to translate multidisciplinary knowledge into multisectoral pathways of application. And we do recognize these are what are called public-private partnerships, which sometimes are subject of considerable criticism. The cynics would say public-private partnership, a PPP, stands for a partnership for private profit. But I believe a PPP is a partnership for public purpose, where the public purpose is very clearly defined, the deliverables are identified, and accountability mechanisms are clearly delineated. And the National Biopharma Mission has been, again, an exemplar of that kind of a partnership for a public purpose. And I would like to thank all of you for creating this Team India to advance science into public good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for always inspiring and guiding us. Thank you. As you know, for a large mission like this, we need to have an oversight committee, and we have something called steering committee. And today we are fortunate to have Dr. Krishna Ella, CMD Bharat Biotech, who is also a member of our steering committee and has been guiding us through this journey. Now I would request Dr. Krishna Ella to share his thoughts on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just thinking what I should prepare a speech. I'm not good in, reading a speech. I'm very bad. I prepared one convocation address in IIT Bombay, and it was a disaster. Then I was in IIT Chennai convocation. I prepared the way I want to talk, I talked. So I think that was appreciated. And I think I'm really honored to, meet again Dr. Vijay Raghavan, Renu Sarup, and Gokhale, and Srinath Reddy, Jitendra, and Alka, and Jyoti, all of them. And then I see Dr. Arora, Cherry Kang, all the old friends. It's really honored. I'll just share some few issues. I'll also be a little critical, some of the issues. And all of us, whether industry or government, everybody wants India to be a developed nation. That intention is whether you are in the private or the government, all intentions are same. So nobody wants to be country be let down. That's very clear to us. And I think, I'm actually a product of the Government of India programs, whether it is a DBT or CSIR or TDB. All of them were responsible for my growth today. If I'm standing here and I want to acknowledge that help, it is not that I'm telling you for younger generation, I'm putting some soap to some secretaries here. Please don't think that way. I'm telling you truthfully, this is my honorable statement, and I'm making it very truthful and very straightforward, the statement. I think government programs are extremely good if we utilize it properly in a strong manner, which are public goods. As Dr. Srinath Reddy said, if you use it public goods, it'll be a fantastic programs. And I had an opportunity to meet the World Bank when they came for the $200 million with the NBM project, which came out from the World Bank money. I told the World Bank people when I met them in Bharat Biotech, I told them you must be lucky to have fund the India, because with the 200 million rupees, you're going to get $2 billion worth of affordable innovation. So I want them to change here. There is affordable, remove, add one more word called innovative affordable. And I think even affordable is also innovation. People, we don't understand. The affordable as a word, it's very cheap. It's very cheap. But if you add innovative affordable, it makes much more strategy thinking that our minds are how it's put in to bring that affordability. That's very important to us. And I had an opportunity to meet all the founder secretaries of all the DBT. Dr. Raman Ramachandran, of course, he was not there when I came to India, when I was 44 to India. So now you understand my age is 69 now. So when I met Dr. Raman Ramachandran, when the Gate Foundation was started in 2000, the first steering committee in Seattle, Raman Ramachandran was hired by Gate Foundation as an advisor that time. Okay? And then I had an occasion of meeting, when I came to India, Dr. Bhatia was the secretary, and then Manju Sharma, and then followed by my friend Dr. M.K. Ban, and then Vijay Raghavan, and then Renu Swarup, and Gokhale. There's a consistency in all the secretaries' vision that India has to do something in life sciences. That's one thing I see, that all the secretaries in the same intention. But the country is not an easy task. So countries are very tough. The ecosystem is not that easy. And you have to appreciate all the secretaries to put up with all the problems and still make it happen in this country. I think we have to still recognize that. And I think, that is a time when I came to India, the corporates are suspected as to come here to grab some government money. That was a perception with the government. And I think when Dr. Ban was there, I was one of the instrumental having a drink with him in ITC Maurya. I told him, why you industry you treat like we are like from other country, other part of the world, not part of the India at all. Then he asked me, what do you want? I said, why not have SBI type of grant, like NIH has got SBI grant for small businesses. We should build up. Then he told me that you should put a system. How do you put a system? I said, I don't know how to put a system in India. That's your problem, not my problem. That's how the BIRAC all came into the existence of it. So that, why I'm telling this, you see how the cause of the intention of all the secretaries were put in a perspective that is there. And I was the instrument, I was a seed of the TDB, CSIR, and DBT. And one of the reasons rotavirus came in, and the rotavirus probably saved $5 billion import saving for the Indian government. I don't know whether Cherry Kag will agree or not. Today we sell almost 50% of African countries are with the Rotavac vaccine. Thanks to Cherry and M.K. Ban, and Dr. Arora is also here, all of them. So we're saving so much of African populations with the one vaccine funded by DBT. So you see how public health good. We didn't get money from the DBT, but all the clinical trial was funded by them, okay? And the Covaxin, of course, with a partnership with ICMR, we spent personally 800 crores. We never took any money from the government. We did ourselves, and we made it to happen for the country. And one startup, like me, 97 as a startup, what can be created to the country? And Incovac, nasal vaccine, although we couldn't sell the vaccine, the drop, but thanks to Renu Swarup, funded us on the clinical trial program. At least we have now a platform, nasal platform, is approved for any future pandemic, anything exists, comes out. So the one simple platform that helps a program like this, it creates. Today, the one startup like us, today we are in the veterinary vaccines, we are expanding into food business, services, and all that. We export even mangoes to US and Australia and all that. So we put one startup, one seed sown by the government program as a startup. Me has now branched into various companies and positioning for what is required for the society purpose, how farmers can be benefited in marketing their produce. Farmers need help in not production, but they need help in marketing. And how do you help as an entrepreneur to help the farmers to succeed in their business, how to sustain their marketing game? And I think, Jyoti was talking about 7,000 people trained in the NBM program. And I think in this, one person becomes entrepreneurs, and you got the $200 million worth of that investment back. It's simple calculation, one person. And that's 7,000 trained people, one day or other will become an entrepreneur. If they have not, they should become. And I think I want to end with one story, how Chinese have made it. So today, earlier we always look at the US, UK, all the models. Now models are over now. That models are not relevant to the context of India right now. So the Chinese model, I looked at it, what made them in science and technology so aggressively move in such ahead of the game? I saw one link, American think tank group published a paper on Red Link, one article. And in that, how public-private program in China has happened in that country, moving 1.73% of GDP, which is about $450 billion, kept only for public-private partnership program. So they've identified 4 or 5 technologies. One was CRISPR, second was gene therapy, third was artificial intelligence, fourth was the robot, fifth was EV, electronic vehicle battery chargers. See how that 5 strategies, they put in the $450 billion, position them on the technological advancement on these 5 technologies. Today, EV batteries, today Elon Musk is, if Chinese shut down, Elon Musk is bankrupt. To that extent, it has gone the economy in a different way. Today, they have gone from lithium to vanadium to sodium. Battery changes. Artificial intelligence, they're leading. Robot, #1 in the world. And CRISPR, they've gone into CRISPR in the human clinical trial already for HIV treatment. And gene therapy, 800 products are launched in China. And different brand name. They've created a cottage industry to come. They made regulatory a little easier to make everything to go quickly into the gene therapy so that they want to penetrate into deep in technologies. And I positioned, but what do we have ourselves? I mean, it's easy to talk about other countries, but what do we think about it? Since at least 3 important secretaries are here, ex and the present secretary here, one of the things we should really fight with the government is that any public-private partnership program, any industry puts some money, can they get 200% income tax break? #1. And see, earlier we had a 150% tax R&D tax deduction. Now nobody takes it because corporate tax has come to 25%. We don't want the hassle of the DSI recognition and income tax. Every time income tax scrutiny by any R&D expenditure in this country. So is there anything 200% public-private partnership? These will help every industry to come for the public-private partnership program so that they get a 200% income tax. Can we have CSR funding? Can it be mobilized for the R&D funding with the public and private partnership program? CSR fund can be diverted. Why should I put a road when the government is putting a road in the village? Why should I put RO water system in the village when the government is taking care of it? Rather, can we build the innovation for this country where CSR funding can be moved in? And even Chinese have done, even the companies can locate it within the academic institutes. And they're given land free to locate their R&D centers, industry position. And also, they made the industry, if they want to borrow from the bank, they made 50% subsidize the interest rate. So that 50% subsidized money can be used for R&D purposes, for public-private partnership. So they put very, very aggressive strategies. And I think we also should come out like, instead of NBM, whether suppose we partner with the government, with a DBT funding project, whether SBI can reduce the 50% interest rate. That will help a lot of startups. Because they can't get a private equity, at least they can borrow a loan and then put the funding for this R&D purpose, public-private partnership. We have to come out with some innovative ideas. And I think it's not an easy to fight with the system, but we still have to start somewhere. And I think with that, I think I want to thank for the NBM to be associated. And I'm glad to see 3 secretaries on the stage. And Srinath Reddy is always a father figure to all of us. And Jitendran, I wish you all the best to NBM. Not easy. I think we have to appreciate them. With the small money, we still do a lot of things in this country. That's a great topic. Thank you very much for giving opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Ella, for those inspiring and visionary ideas. Hope that we can implement some of these in the next phase of the National Biopharma Mission. Thank you. Now it's my privilege to welcome Dr. Renu Swarup, a person who does not need any introduction, but yes, the former Secretary of Department of Biotechnology and former Chairman of BioRac. She has been instrumental in driving this in the beginning. So I would like to invite Dr. Renu Swarup. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. All the friends and colleagues on the dais, all friends in the audience. It's such a happy day today where you're celebrating 5 years of the National Biopharma Mission. Our compliments to Dr. Gokhale and the entire team, Alka, and all of you who have taken this initiative to bring forward the impact of the National Biopharma Mission, not just amongst those who were part of it, but this message goes way beyond. And I think that really is important, because it also makes you feel wonderful that you've been part of this extremely important journey. But I think what is more important is it motivates you and gives you the encouragement to move into the next journey that you are planning and to move ahead. Standing here today obviously takes me back to the formulation and the how we conceptualize this whole National Biopharma Mission. And in the National Biopharma Mission, there is a learning, in fact, in all the activities that we do, but the Biopharma Mission, as we are talking about it today, there's a learning in every step of the action that you take as it moves ahead. Many of you sitting here may not remember, some of you have been part of it, so you would, that the first discussion or the thought of launching a program, there was no Biopharma Mission in the making at that time, was when we had a discussion with a World Bank team that visited the BIRAC office in 2012. We were still in the first office, in the Defense Colony office with Dr. Bhan in that small little conference room. And Dr. Vijay Raghavan from Satguru had brought that team. They just came to present to us how innovation can impact. That was just the purpose of their visit, and we had a discussion. And as always, discussions led by Dr. Bhan went into the details of it, the philosophies of it, and we were working out to see what could be possible for us to move ahead. The journey then on gave us a good learning, and that was the importance of collaborations. I mean, today, or at that point of time when we started, many people would ask us, why would you launch a biopharma mission for R&D, innovation with the World Bank? The World Bank in India was known for giving all their funding for infrastructure projects or for large capacity building programs, but not for R&D. There was also a learning in this that you need to stay focused if you're convinced on what you want to do. That conversation convinced us that we need to set up an innovation ecosystem in the country. We were already working on a startup ecosystem for BIRAC, the whole biotech ecosystem. It also convinced us that we need to partner. We had wonderful partnerships, and I'm seeing all colleagues sitting here. The WAP was a wonderful partnership which had already given us so much of encouragement and success, and the rotavirus vaccine had already strengthened that partnership. So collaborations, partnerships were important. And a partnership with World Bank, we had already imagined, would give us two major strengths. One is we were already wanting to position India in the global landscape as an innovation ecosystem. Pharma was our best bet because we were already ahead in that. And a partnership with the World Bank would clearly position us at that global landscape. And the second was BIRAC had just begun. It had just started in 2012. We had just about begun looking at the processes that BIRAC must have within its own system to be a global player. And at that time, and even now I'm sure, because that learning never stops, BIRAC would always look at imbibing new processes, whether it was in the research or in the grant management or in terms of our legal aspects or IP or financial management, and a partnership with the World Bank. And we all know what World Bank processes are. We have bureaucracies here, but we have bureaucracies everywhere. But it was important to look at that and bring in those sound processes into our system, bring in the regulation and the other environmental and other ecosystems, so we got onto it. As was expected, the moment we put together a proposal, the Department of Economic Affairs sent it back with a clear one line of rejection, saying we don't want a World Bank loan for an R&D program. Multiple trips, and Dr. Vijay Raghavan would remember because he had taken over as secretary by then, multiple trips to the Department of Economic Affairs to convince them, got us a one-line approval to say, we'll support you for TA. That's all we can do. We can't do more than that. And I do recall walking into Dr. Vijay Raghavan's office and saying, TA is not what we want. We want a whole mission. And we sort of said, no, we are not going to put this file in the cupboard and we will be after it. And then, of course, we all saw that the World Bank cleared it, the Economic Affairs cleared it, the Cabinet cleared it, and in 2018, in fact, in 17, it was cleared by the Cabinet. I think we signed the agreement with World Bank in 2018, and we all know where we are standing today. I think a very important aspect of this was, and innovate in India. That's the 3I of the name behind the National Biopharma Mission, was how do we take this to becoming an innovation nation? We were on that track, taking innovation to product development. And we focused on primarily 4 Ps, as I love to define it, and that was the enabling policies, which was so important for it because we created that enabling policy ecosystem. The second P was the programs which we structured, and you saw that wonderful overview that we've had from the team, which has told you what are the different components, what are the different blocks in the program. But programs and policies cannot move any initiative forward till you have the right people to do it, whether it's within the internal secretariat, and I heard very good words for the secretariat, and I would, to the power of infinity endorse that, because that's really the strength of this whole program. But also the people who implement it, all our stakeholders, all our, you heard that, 215 grantees and others who are, many of them sitting in this room, because the program is not possible without it. And those are the people, but there was also a training component in it, a very important skilling component, the technology transfer, other on-hand training activities in terms of the shared infrastructure, in terms of various other components to it. And the fourth and most important P is, which Krishna Ella also alluded to, is the partnerships. Without partnerships, this program is incomplete. Whether it's partnerships between the academia and the industry, partnerships with global organizations, partnerships interministerial, because NBM itself had, and I'm sure it's continuing to do that, having wonderful partnerships with ICMR, with CSIR, with the drug regulator, with various other groups who are involved into it. So I think that was the strength which we have now reached where we've done today. It was so wonderful to see this overview of the large number of programs, and we all know that if at COVID times we could deliver at the speed at which we did, it was because we had this very strong foundation, which was a foresight of wisdom which was set up. And it was this foundation which helped us to move ahead in speed. Whether it was the unique vaccine platforms that were brought forward very, very quickly, or the diagnostics, and of course the strengths and therapeutics which will move on, but more importantly, creating those platforms. And I think that was really the strength which we need to take ahead as we move on. It's also important for us to now see what is it that we have to do to move forward, and has been mentioned, the NBM 2.0 is what you'll be looking at. But I think this whole biopharma mission, where we've reached today at 5 years, we have to just reflect back to say, what has it really given us, in addition to what we saw in terms of the numbers of outputs, the technology transfer offices, the shared infrastructure capacities, the products that we've seen, the platforms, those which are still in development. I think one point that it has given us very clearly is a very high level of trust, and that trust in various aspects. Trust in the partnerships, trust in terms of building these partnerships with academia, with industry, with global partners. The trust that we have in terms of putting in our finances and funding on high-risk programs. I think that level of confidence that we now have, which the government has been able to take forward, is because we are now in a position to fund high risk. That high risk funding appetite must get enhanced because that is really what we need. It's also the trust that we have on all our innovators, that they are in a position to move ahead. We have technologies like CAR-T and our various vaccine platforms, which came in immediately, and that was all cutting-edge technologies which we looked at, and we supported it, the expert groups who have been part of it. Moving into the next journey, I think is important. And that is again now looking at, we're at a point now where it's at an inflection point where it can only be an exponential growth ahead. No incremental growth would be sufficient because we've reached that point. You can't just in 5 years say, okay, from 20 projects we're going to 40 projects, or from 20 projects we're going to 50 projects. No, the whole ecosystem has to be used for something different now. And I think so far what we've done very well in creating this ecosystem is we've been able to bring in affordable products. It's so important, which we have talked about. We've brought in innovations in the country where we've made them affordable, we've made them accessible. But I think now is the time, and we've also looked at import substitutions, we've looked at many of them, but I think now is the time where we could be the first for many of the new products that we've brought in. We have the capacities to do that. We have the strength to do that. We need clearly a conviction to do it. And I think that conviction is there amongst all of us to be able to do it. What we need is the convergence of what we've achieved so far to be able to bring it at one point and take it forward. We also need to focus now just on those cutting edge technologies. So these are the principles of the C's that I'm alluding to, the conviction, the convergence, the cutting edge technologies. But in whatever number of C's you put in, the collaborations cannot be out, whether it's the P for the partnership or the C for the collaboration. It'll always be crucial for us to move ahead. And I think that is really where the Biopharma mission needs to look at. How do you become the first for many, many of these products? We are now talking clearly about being a product nation. That's there in all our policies. It's there in the various objectives and the missions that we put out. So from an innovation nation, taking that innovation to product development. But we have to remember one thing. If we have to be a product nation, you have to continuously keep fueling the innovation pipeline. You can't just have products without fueling the innovation pipeline. So your support at that base of that pyramid to continue to support innovations must continue with the same or a much more enhanced enthusiasm, but taking it forward with all the learnings that we've had in moving this to becoming a product nation. I would like to compliment all of you for this journey. Good luck to you for the next journey that you're embarking upon. And I'm very confident that this ecosystem that we have built it's already being recognized as one of the most vibrant ecosystems, but I think this ecosystem is going to deliver. And what our ambitions are of India being the third world, the third largest economy and capturing global markets, Biopharma mission, in whatever avatar or whatever name or whatever action you take it forward, is going to play a very central role for us to move ahead, whether it's future pandemics that we are preparing for, which is of course a huge priority for us, whether it's the One Health, AMR, whether it's looking at any new aspect of non-communicable diseases, chronic diseases, each aspect. I think the National Biopharma mission is well positioned today, right from the startup to the manufacturing, to the market, each aspect of it. So good luck, and I would really like to compliment all of you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for joining us today and taking us through the exciting journey of the National Biopharma Mission. I now welcome Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, DG, Biotechnology Research and Innovation Council, and Chairman Bayrak for his talk on DBT, Delivering a Better Tomorrow.
Namaskar and a very good morning to all of you. Dignitaries both on and off dais, friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We've already heard how wonderful programs have been going on in Department of Biotechnology, and what I thought with all the previous secretaries here, actually I don't need to recapitulate what excitement DBT has been for the journey, but what we want to do in future. And I think it is only possible if all of us in all this group that we are here and beyond this come together and try and make this happen as a perspective. And that's why we call DBT now as a delivering a better tomorrow, actually. And you know, you can see how DBT over the years has in fact initiated its journey in 1986 as a capacity building unit, developing various capacity in biotechnology, then initiated cutting edge research, going into the innovation ecosystem, initiated the entrepreneurship model through BIRAC, and now what we are trying to focus on is the bioeconomy of the country, actually. So can we drive the economy of the country such that, you know, we can have the future which is far more secured, which each one of these dignitaries on the dais just now talked about it, actually. So let me give you the high-level principles, actually, of what DBT largely does. It actually gives you, all of you would know about it, but just to give you a framework, research, development, and innovation is a key portfolio of Department of Biotechnology. Touch upon the frontier technologies of the future, how one can develop and engage into it, and create the startup ecosystem for the world, which is what one needs to actually be able to do. And can we take this ahead in a bigger way such that it can make a bigger impact, actually? So it's very important to understand how the journey of science and technology has gone over the centuries, actually. And I try to summarize this on this slide to give you a perspective of how every century that there has been a transformative development which leads to kind of not only changes in the technological perspective, but also the GDP of the country, and also the way the country evolves to become a better systems of its own innovation ecosystem. You can see in 1750 onwards, the Industrial Revolution started, and then there was an age of steam and railway engine in the 18th century. In the middle of the 18th century, you have steel, electricity, and heavy engineering started. And then in the middle of the 19th century was all about age of oil, automobiles, and the mass production, actually, activities, which drove whole the economy in a very different paradigm in what it is, actually. And then came the ecosystem of information and communication technology, which then really changed the game completely from the 1990 onwards to automation and activities. And I believe the next 25 years is going to be of industrialization of biology is what really going to be the future of the world. And therefore, the bioeconomy is likely to play a very, very important role. Now you can see that all the transitions that occur have taken about 25 to 50 years to happen, actually, period of time. However, with rapid changes now and technological persuasions, you can see in the next 25 years itself, I believe that the industrialization of biology will become the key centerpiece for every activity that we look at, actually, and do it. So how do we really look at our future perspectives? There are some imminent challenges that we have to first accept and live with it, actually, and find technologies that one can create towards this activity. Obviously, sustainability and fragility, which has got to do with climate shifts and geopolitical changes that obviously you've heard about it. Resource constraints, the food, water scarcity, and the rare and critical mineral scarcity would always remain and will continue to increase. The longevity and viability of the time, the aging societies and the transforming lifestyles will continue to provide new kind of challenges and ways of looking at it. So in this context, the innovation also is a very, very challenging context because one needs to understand what innovation would mean because it's a continuous and a dynamic process, which is driven by research, as you heard, by the creativity, and to be able to solve real world problems, actually. And National Biopharma Mission, as you heard, I don't need to reiterate, but it's a wonderful example of how that has happened with such a small investment, with various visionaries and people coming together in a way where industry and various members played a very, very important role. The second concept is obviously how to leverage finance, actually. When you do technology, the development and deployment has to go hand in hand together then only you can achieve an iterative integration loops or feed-forward loops that are critical to happen. Because if you don't create technology and don't deploy it, and then you don't have jobs, then you don't have larger number of finance capital to be able to invest into it. And therefore, there is always a gap in which how to develop the technology again. So these iterative integrations are the key to feed-forward loops, and can we design them in this country for the bioeconomic model is what Department of Biotechnology looking at actually from the point of view of happening. This is just to give you a perspective of how DBT has been harmonizing various connections and fostering meaningful networks and what we are planning to do. For example, I gave the example of BIRAC, which was set up in 2012 and energized in 2014 as an enabling ecosystem with about more than 8,000 biotech companies now with more than 100 incubators, bioincubators across the country, creates a vibrant ecosystem that provides this capacity and capability to do innovation things. We're actually keeping in account what government wanted to do. We have put together now a knowledge network of DBT research institution that can enhance and implement the transformative power of SNT for the benefit of all, which is Biotechnology Research Innovation Council. The government in its interim union budget has already announced the biomanufacturing and biofoundry as one of the major important scheme of the country, which we call Mulankur Bioenablers, actually for catalyzing green growth through public-private partnership. And eventually, we're going to set up bioscience innovation parks for fast-forwarding innovation and furthering new businesses, such that all the people can work together in a harmonious way that will create completely new ecosystem, what we call iBrick Plus, which is BRIC is an institutions of Department of Biotechnology, and Plus are all the networks that will bring in value to this economic system. So as I said, biomanufacturing, biofoundry is a really critical perspective of how biodegradable polymers, plastic, pharma, agri-inputs will change, and we'll hear more about it. But how do we achieve these goals, actually? And as you would see, Biopharma mission has taught us so many important things. One needs to integrate the bioeconomic concept in the academic, research, economic, industrial, and green growth plans. Until unless it's embedded at every place, the things somebody will be left behind and there is no way of moving ahead. As I said, leveraging and mobilizing finance that enable biomanufacturing, who will pay the money? Who will allow the transitions to happen? Where will the finance come in? Can we bring in speed into the system? The livelihood and equity outcomes and opportunities to balance out these. Then you need abundant, accessible, and sustainable source of biomass, because if you want to convert biomass into utilities, how do we make it sustainable? We make facilitation of biotrade, and obviously the key of this is one of these coordinated framework for regulation of biotechnology actually becomes very, very center to this entire piece. So as I said, industrialization of manufacturing that uses biological systems, and reason why this is going to happen is because synthetic bioengineering and precision fermentation now, technologies have reached kind of a place where we can really bootstrap the activity and change into a completely new dynamic ecosystem actually. However, to do this, we have already launched a high-performance biomanufacturing program, and it's going to come out with policy very soon, which is going to talk about various thematic sectors of how biomanufacturing in this country will be implemented in 3 different categories and 6 different various thematic zones, which are discovery and innovation and research network, bridging the gap for scale-up, and setting up bio-enabler hubs, actually. We'll hear more about this in another couple of months, actually. But clearly, what we really need to do as a science and technology ministry is we need to escape the 19th century's ideas to meet society's expectations, actually. And that's very important, because what that means is that we need to change institutions, our research education, our training and academic entrepreneurships, and our financial models. And unless all of them reframe and re-energize itself in a different form, we're never going to achieve the targets that what we want to look at, actually. And I think we should really understand what our country was few years back, actually, or a couple of decades back when all of this done, actually. You know, before Amrit Kal, genesis of all institutions in the country primarily were for pursuit of knowledge, creating infrastructure and capacity building, actually. However, if you really look at in the rapidly evolving landscape of 21st century, science and technology innovation now is thought to be a critical driver of societal progress. And then it's thought to be incentivized catalysts of change and development, and to incentivize scientific entrepreneurship of science and students. How do we really make all of these things happen in a given environment? And I believe Biotechnology Research Innovation Council has a tremendous role to play to be able to, as a conglomeration of a largest scientific network body, with more than 1,200 PhD students of high-class institutions actually to bring together themselves and put together this. So this is something that Dr. Krishna Allah talked about, and this is what we are planning to do, what we call iBrick Plus Bioscience Innovation Park. This is the NCR Biotech Cluster in Faridabad. Actually, you can see several institutions are already present there. Regional Center of Biotechnology, Translational Health Science Institute. We're setting up Translational Research Facility and also Medical Research Center. IBDC also exists there. In fact, DBT now has, along with in the brick, has about 200 acres of land in this area actually. And now what we really want to do here is to set up many of such bioscience park, to set up pilot and pre-production facilities in these centers and R&D centers of manufacturing in where all of these can come together. And the concept really is what is called the triple helix model actually. So you have startups, research institutions, and industrial R&D as a clustered together, such that the shared infrastructure and open access partnership provides a completely new ecosystem for the country's progress in the future, how we will drive it actually. And this is how we are going to set up 5 such parks in the next 5 years to come in the country, and will change the kind of innovation ecosystem that drives in the bioeconomic zone. Of course, the challenge again, as I said, is can we have finance and speed to be able to make sure this happen, and this is obviously the key problem. You can do this and it will happen in 15 years on its own if you do nothing of it. But can you make it happen in 5 years is what is really determining whether it will make a difference or not. And that's how this country really needs to evolve and grow up such that we can set this up. Of course, the human resource is key to all of this. If we don't have quality people, then we'll always suffer with kind of challenges looking at it. And the real challenge is to develop cross-disciplinary expertise in cutting-edge science with capabilities of working in teams actually. Because the classical model of knowing a domain area knowledge is no longer sufficient now. You need to cut across to what is called Vidya to Kala transition actually, or skilling, what government talks about actually. Can we convert from Vidya to Kala and make this happen? And therefore what we're trying to do is we have already revamped the PhD program, which is an individual dissertation-based program which is not sufficient to gain scientific depth, curiosity, or create value, neither for an individual nor for the society. And therefore, we very recently launched this program called I3C, which is Ideate, Immerse, Innovate, and Collaborate. And in this fantastic program, we have aligned doctoral research programs with the national goals in a collaborative network of students and PIs, such that the whole body of people together converts it into a transformative step of the future for the country. Finally, I can just show you a couple of significant steps that will happen in future to come. This is one of the key programs that's obviously initiated by my previous secretaries in the 2 departments who are here, actually, the Genome India. I mean, the whole genome sequence of 10,000 individuals have been completed now from 84 populations. There are 4.7 million common variants. There are a large number of rare disease spectrum variants that you will find only in the Indian population, which is to the tune of 27 million variants. And the genomic disease burden along with trade distribution map. Much of this data will be available as an open access to people who want to use this in next 6 months' time actually, as and when we come out of it. But this is amazing, amazing stories you can hear from DBT, and that's why I'm actually finally I just congratulate each one of you who are all here in this group and outside this group for this fantastic journey, which of course many of you have kind of made happen. And I think I thank you all of you for being here, and thank you very much for the future of the India.
Thank you, sir, for giving us a roadmap for planning our future course of action. The keynote address today will be delivered by Professor K. Vijay Raghavan. Professor Vijay Raghavan is a DAE Homi Bhabha professor at the National Center for Biological Sciences, Bangalore. He was the principal scientific advisor to the government of India.
Eating up into my time.
I'll just take one. And also served as the secretary to the government of India. Dr. Vijay Raghavan was elected as a fellow of the Royal Society and was conferred upon the Padma Shri in 2013 by the government of India. With that, I kindly invite Professor Vijay Raghavan for the keynote.
Good morning, everybody, my colleagues on the dais and all of you here. It's great pleasure and an honor to be here today. Listening to each of the talks, each of them were more elevating than the others. But now, unfortunately, my so-called keynote address will bring you back down to the very ordinary. And after which, again, you'll have a very stimulating session, I'm sure. First of all, it's very impressive and very amazing to see how the Biopharma mission has progressed. It's really one person we miss here today is Professor M.K. Bhan. He, if he were here today, would be both proud but also critical and stimulating to all of us. And I must say that the way the Biopharma mission developed was a partnership of his ideas with people he stimulated and worked with, some of whom are here, Rajat, Shinjini, Sanjay Singh, several others, and pretty much all the heavy lifting was done by Renu and her team. So I think we should give them all a very big hand. Now, what we've heard so far is something very important and absolutely necessary for us both to appreciate what we have done so far as a community and the path ahead. But one feature which stands out in all of our aims about the near future, and Rajesh, of course, pointed out how the future beyond that is likely to develop. But pretty much in terms of practicalities on what we need to do, we all are looking at what is feasible compared to what is there right now. In other words, essentially linear extrapolations of the present so that we can go to the next step and survive and do well. Now, this is absolutely necessary in every aspect, whether it is in capacity building, interactions with industry, stimulating industry, or policy, and so on. But this is by no means enough, because if we do this, we will end up in a situation which we have ended up in many other areas. So what are those areas where we've ended up in a situation, and why is it that biotechnology today allows us to do things differently and us to take on an important role amongst leaders in the world to serve society and to enable sustainable development to grow? Well, let us take a few areas. It's often talked about is semiconductors. Now, in semiconductors today, there are pretty much two major companies in partnership which monopolize lithography. And then there are a handful of companies in Taiwan and a few other countries which manufacture chip manufacturing, which monopolize chip manufacturing. And then there are, again, a few fabless companies which monopolize design. The whole world depends on them. And catching up from them is a humongous task, which is not easy for two reasons. The technologies have really grown by leaps and bounds to certain levels, where imagining what we need to do to catch up is not readily feasible. Other methods have to be done. And the semiconductor mission, for example, takes those kinds of approaches. But the fact of the matter is that as a country, we have used the fruits of that revolution enormously, whether your mobile phones or your refrigerators or all sorts of equipment which we're using here today come from the fruits of the semiconductor revolution. But again, a very substantial part of it is imported. And for a country of this size to be dependent on imports as opposed to being a partnership in importing and exporting is not wise in this sector. Be that as it may. Now, there's another sector, which is, let's take, both civilian and defense high-end equipment and platforms and so on. Large passenger aircraft, large military aircraft, fighter aircraft, and so on and so forth. The key components to make them are very, very difficult to make, to design, materials, engines, electronics, and so on. And India has done remarkably well in catching up in some niche areas in that sector. But again, the size of the challenge and the size of the problem is enormously large. Now, will we be able to catch up in that sector readily? The short answer is no. It'll take a lot of time and effort, but that doesn't matter. One has to, start in that sector. So that's the defense is the other sector. The third sector is large-scale manufacturing. Large-scale manufacturing involves equipment for manufacturing. For example, in our steel plants, cement plants, in our foundries, in our car factories, and so on. And all the equipment used in manufacturing and the design and making of those equipment for making roads and so on, again, are imported. And again, they are imported from a small set of manufacturers which hold a global monopoly. So in these are the kinds of sectors where we had opportunities to grow at the early stages, but we have been unable to grasp that for a variety of reasons. And it's a long haul now to both catch up and lead. And if it's a long haul, there's all the more reason for us to start now. Now, why is the biotechnology sector, the life sciences sector, different? Unlike all these areas which I've mentioned, even though there are some similarities, there's also a distinct difference in that a lot of the biotechnology operates in terms of what you do in the laboratory, what you do in industry, at a scale both in terms of understanding, design, and laboratory principles and industrial principles are accessible in multiple ways. They're accessible in terms of our understanding and use of technology. They're not yet fully accessible in terms of IP generated by us. But this is an important distinction between these areas. As Rajesh rightly pointed out, you're going to see the next 10, 20, 30 years as a world which is dominated by, on one side, life sciences and biotechnology and its applications, and of course, on the other side, by the phenomenal presence everywhere of the tools of AI and IT and so on and so forth. So, what is it that the future holds for us? What will the areas of science and technology, particularly of biotechnology, be about 5 or 10 years from now? And what can we do now so that we have a strong presence and we can be players in that area? Now, there are 3 different things which are important, 3 waves, I would call them, which are upon us, which are growing, and we should learn how to surf those waves or have everything fall upon us. What are those 3 waves? The first wave is that of fundamental research. Now, the challenge in supporting and attempting to develop fundamental research is quite simple. Politicians want results by Friday evening. Krishna wants results by the first quarter. And scientists want to give results in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or 20 years. There is a problem in what in electronics is called impedance matching. How does one communicate in these fast-moving treadmills moving at different paces parallel to each other? If you move from one treadmill to another, you trip. So it's very important for scientists to be able to communicate and act with industry on their time scale and with government and politics on their time scale. And this is a formidable challenge. So fundamental research particularly proves a big challenge because the argument is, and Srinath alluded to that, oh, that's being done in heavy investment all over the world. What is the point in us doing it? Can't we just take the fruits of that? And of course, we must stand on the shoulders of efforts everywhere and take the fruits of successes elsewhere and implement that. That's a given. But to do only that and not to invest locally for fundamental research is also going to be a big problem. Why is that? The reason is that biology is changing. This wave of research in fundamental research in biology is changing in 2 different ways. Because we are able to delve deeper and deeper into what we're already studying, we're getting extraordinary new information, new biology about what's happening. And I'll come to that as part of the second wave. But we've also rapidly increased our exploration of biology all over the planet in extraordinary ways. You know, the Tara Ocean mission has generated an extraordinary amount of new biology and understanding of how cells behave and how different kinds of genomes are present. That's one example. But there are other examples also where looking at microbiomes within people's guts, looking at, what microbiology is there in, mud, whether in a golf course or in a forest, all these are dramatically changing our fundamental understanding of what biology takes place. We don't know how biology works on scale and its variety, and one of the reasons why drugs fail, about 85% of drugs fail when they go through testing at the final stages, is that a large part of our effort is a shot in the dark because of our poor understanding of biology. Now, that has to be changed, and the only way it can be changed is by young people, the kinds of initiatives being taken to consolidate research, and I'll come back to that. The second wave is the wave of developing tools to be able to look at biology in different ways. And this has dramatically changed in broad areas such as the tools of imaging, with microscopy across scale today and magnetic resonance imaging across scale. You can go and look at live cells, live tissues, live organisms, both fixed and live preparations of various kinds, and you can bridge what is called the genotype-phenotype gap, look at changes in gene expression, and look at what phenotypes one sees at an organismal level and map that in terms of environmental influence also on scale because of the power of data collection and analysis. This has completely transformed the way we do biology. It feeds into the fundamental science, into the wave of fundamental science, and feeds back into the development of new tools. This is a very precarious area because unlike the area of fundamental research, which uses these tools and their development themselves is already being dominated by big global players, whether it's in sequencing or mass spec or imaging or data analysis. And therefore, unless we get into that in a different way, we will be left far behind as mere users of tools and not developers of tools. And therefore, also follow up in the first wave. The third wave, which is on us, is the dramatic changes in industry, in the biotech industry. Now, we justifiably take pride in the examples we see, and many of them around us, in startups, industry, big and small, and how they're doing. But at the same time, we must also be watchful and wary about how the world of industry everywhere else is changing at breakneck pace. The combination of the cyber and physical, the ability to model and test and model back, the use of robotics in large-scale experimental design, either for fundamental research or for applications, the use of stem cell models, organoids, blastoids, and so on, which technology we use, but we need to develop on this larger scale, allows human biology, allows other methods, allow the development of biology in agriculture, in the context of climate change, and so on a scale where industry is growing by leaps and bounds all over the world. What is our approach to addressing this and what is our solution is something we need to think about. Okay, now let me summarize these three waves and how we can act on them. The first wave of fundamental research. Our fundamental research needs to be scaled up enormously. And we can justifiably take pride in the kinds of scaling which is taken up, the quantitative scaling in our publications and so on and so forth is important and necessary. But we have a big problem in that 90% of our investment in science go to places where only 10% of our students go to, and 90% of our students go to places where there's no research. If you look at a map of India, and you look at our research institutions of the DBT, the ISRO, the DAE, the ICMR, and so on and so forth, they dot the entire country from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. They are all superb institutions, or most of them are, but they are all what I would call a short walk from India. They're disconnected with colleges and universities, which also dot the entire spectrum. So we must invert this model of having, the current model is having the best and brightest students from everywhere coming into these institutions and working in these institutions. We must invert them to these institutions effectively becoming interactors and field stations of our university system. It's a big challenge, but it needs to be done. France has done that in a French way by having all the INSERM, CNRS, and other centers embedded in universities and not just in central institutions. Unless this changes, we are not going anywhere. Otherwise, we are going to have top-class institutions locked in a time stamp at different stages in time, each one thinking that they can stand alone, do something together, or even working amongst themselves. But we can see, if you look at the DRDO, the ICMR, the CSIR, the ICAR, how disconnected they can become with a changing global world. And the DBT institutions coming together have an opportunity to not become like that, take their strengths, but see their limitations also. What is the example for this kind of a change? I think the Space Organization is an extraordinary example. Seeing the great successes of ISRO, yet seeing the threats which ISRO faces, a bold decision was taken to create a structure called InSpace. InSpace is an intermediate structure between the broader ecosystem and the Indian Space Research Organization. And it basically has the authority to tell Space Research Organization what it should do by way of research, but the entire ISRO system becomes a facilitating system for startups and industry and academia. And this has transformed ISRO into a dynamic organization which potentially can take on global players in a much better way than it did, and it did quite well earlier. Is there a room for doing that in other areas? Yes, there is, in defense, in medical research, and agricultural research, and that's the reform which must take place, and there is a lot of discussion, and it will take place. DBT similarly must expand its brick system so that it sends feelers into the university system. At the same time, it's a big task. No one's asking you to reform the university system, but that interaction needs to be organic and stimulating, because the tools of AI, technology, and so on cannot be used to solve biology by working by ourselves inside alone. Now, the second wave is a much bigger challenge, that of tool development. How do you develop the tools of rapid genome sequencing right here? Or are you going to constantly be buying them? Are you constantly going to buy high-end mass spectrometers? Now, we've got some extraordinary examples. The Andhra Pradesh MedTech zone is one talked about, which have shown broadly the kind of way we can take, combining that with incentives for global players to invest here and invest in niche areas so that India can become a focus, just as Korea became a focus for certain kinds of technologies in semiconductors. India can become a place where certain other kinds of technologies in the life sciences are developed. It requires openness to global investment in a way which there are incentives and technology development locally also. This is a very big challenge. It's being taken up by the government in the semiconductor mission, in the supercomputer mission, and so on and so forth. But we need to take it up in biology in ways which the DBT is taking it up, but this has to move at a very rapid pace. And this remains a big challenge, because if this is not addressed, we'll be importing all the tools, and no matter how good our fundamental research is, if the tools come from outside, that's not going to be good. And by tools, I mean chemical tools and biological tools also. The third part is industry. There's a great hunger in industry, and what always impresses me is the extraordinary hoops and difficulties people who start industries bravely go through and succeed despite every single possible roadblock, real or anticipated or unanticipated, which comes. Now, this is not a way by which we can rapidly grow our industry. There must be an understanding in all of us of a difference between risk and uncertainties. The problem is that we equate both. Industry is always ready to take risks and do things which are very difficult and unlikely to succeed. But day-to-day uncertainties about the way your electricity, water, power, tax, facilities, if they keep changing rapidly, then uncertainties dominate and risk-taking becomes minimal. If our vaccine industry, our drug industry, our mRNA therapeutics industry is to be truly innovative, two things are needed. One, which they will do now, is to stand on the shoulders of global innovation and capture markets where they can. That's necessary and important. But they have the appetite for taking bigger risks and being truly innovative. For that, we must remove uncertainties, and that's a constant battle. So let me end by saying that the Department of Biotechnology has had an extraordinary journey. But the Department of Biotechnology always has to answer this question of why is it relevant? Why can't the Department of Pharma do the pharma part? The Agriculture Ministry do the agriculture part, the health part, the Energy Ministry do the bioenergy part. So what is the relevance of the Department of Biotechnology in that context? There is an extraordinary relevance. It has to be restated and reaffirmed and made publicly aware constantly, and that is the Department of Biotechnology is a little finger on the rudder of a big ship, and it can steer the ship to greater glory. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the engaging address during this momentous occasion when we have gathered to celebrate the National Biopharma Mission. Your suggestions regarding scaling up fundamental research, organic connections between universities and R&D institutes, indigenization of tools and resources, and creating a conducive environment for our industry are well taken. May I now invite Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, to kindly felicitate our keynote speaker, Professor Vijay Raghavan. Thank you, sir. I would request Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor DBT, to kindly felicitate Dr. Renu Swarup. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, to kindly felicitate Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary, Department of Biotechnology. Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Alka Sharma to kindly felicitate Professor Srinath Reddy. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Jitendra Kumar to kindly felicitate Dr. Krishna Ella. I would now request Dr. Raj, Mission Director, NBM, to kindly felicitate Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor, DBT. I again request Dr. Raj to kindly felicitate Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC. Dr. Raj to kindly felicitate Dr. Jyoti Logani, Scientist F, DBT. Thank you, sir. I invite all the dignitaries on the stage and everyone in the hall to visit the exhibition outside the auditorium, which is showcasing the achievements of the National Biopharma Mission over the last 5 years. Thank you. Just a small announcement, we will be assembling back in the auditorium at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Dr. Raj. Dr. Raj.
A very good afternoon to all our esteemed secretaries, dignitaries, experts, distinguished guests, and colleagues. I welcome you. I, Madhupuri, Program Manager at NBM BIRAC, welcome you all to the session titled New Horizons for Developing Next-Gen Biotherapeutics and Vaccines. This session features a dynamic panel discussion where we will delve into some of the most pressing and impactful topics in the biopharmaceutical sector. Our panel comprises of an esteemed group of NBM grantees who are at the forefront of transformative work in the field. Our panelists will bring their unique perspectives and insights as we explore the impact of catalytic funding, assess the robustness of the current innovation pipeline, review progress in fostering opportunities for novel and biotherapeutics in India, and deliberate on strategies for sustaining innovation momentum in future. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming our distinguished moderators and panelists on the stage. I request Dr. Gagandeep Kang, Dr. Rajat Goyal, Mr. Sai Prasad, Dr. Gaurav Narula, Dr. N.K. Arora, Dr. Sanjay Singh, and Dr. Harish Chandra their outcomes with our third
that, I'd like
vaccine. Thank you.
Thanks, Sai. If I can turn to the audience and ask you a question. How many of you have had chikungunya? How many of you know somebody who's had chikungunya? That's not an orphan vaccine. You might have a market right there.
But it doesn't, I mean, if you're able to predict and tell me, Cherry, where outbreak is, then I could give you a very big grant for that. But that's what we're grappling with. It's a shoot and scoot disease. It happens in one city or one neighborhood this year, and it happens in somewhere a different place again. And earlier on, we thought that reinfections are not common, but now we are also hearing some cases of reinfections. But again, it's an evolving knowledge base.
So I think I'll use this opportunity actually to turn to Dr. Arora, who's been a policymaker around vaccines for a long time. And we'll come to the clinical trials network. But I think it's very important to understand what NBM does that is special for countries like India. Previously, when we've thought about vaccines, those vaccines have been global products, applicable to everybody around the world, so it was easy to make policy. Now we are thinking about vaccines that are peculiar to us, that have a very special epidemiology, and it speaks to the need for science funding like the NBM to be led by government, which also makes policies for immunization. So Dr. Arora, perhaps if you could reflect on that first and then talk to us also about the clinical trial network and its relevance to the past and future products that NBM is developing.
Thank you very much. So what Sai was saying, and what is being done, and in fact, interestingly, NBM is supporting that. So there is a nationwide network of acute febrile illness surveillance. It is going on in 11 sites, and the two target or primary organisms are dengue and chikungunya. And in addition to that, this network is also looking at 3 other diseases, 4: typhoid, malaria, scrub typhus, and leptospira. And when we are looking at it, it's very surprising results are being seen. And obviously there is seasonality and other things. So coming to Cherry's question about policy making, I think today we don't start talking with money part, that it is expensive or whatever it is. The key issue is that if it is a public health problem, it is creating not only mortality but morbidity. And also I must say, for disease like dengue, it becomes a political disease, because when there are outbreaks, you find there is a lot of hue and cry across media, within the community, and civil societies. So I would not agree with you that it's an orphan organism or a vaccine. There is a market, and the key point is, now with the R&D infrastructure available in the country, and I'm sure many of the panelists will talk about that we should be ready to start thinking about it, talking about it, and also inducting these vaccines. It may not be completely. Cherry knows about typhoid, that how to go about. Typhoid is a huge problem, but how in a very prioritized manner it can go. So I feel that we should not consider anything which is happening in our country as orphan, and work towards that, and I think there is a market, and our denominator is so huge that market is always available. Coming to the second point about clinical trial sites, again, I think it's very visionary on part of NBM, and now, in fact, fortunately, ICMR has also taken up this issue, that infrastructure for either vaccines or biopharmaceuticals or diagnostics, you need infrastructure for taking it further to the market to mature the product. And I'm sure many of us are aware that there are 11 sites which have been supported during the COVID pandemic to undertake vaccine trials. Even other products can be tried. These are all GCP compliant. The infrastructure is in place. And in fact, now I would request both the industry leaders are here, as well as the department, that we should encourage both Indian as well as international. The other day somebody came talking about a particular vaccine, and they said they have started the trial. I said, why haven't you taken India as 1 or 2 trial sites, so that you don't keep on repeating if we have the trial sites. Similarly, as you rightly said, that for phase 3 you are going to have Indian sites plus international sites. I think that is what is the future, and therefore these sites can be sustained also. But it is not only community sites I'm talking about. NBM has also established about 40 hospital sites which are GCP compliant and where cancer molecules or other therapeutics can be evaluated in a world-class facility-wise. So I would think that we have learned a lot. In fact, COVID was not a tragedy. I think it became an opportunity, and in the morning, Renu Sarup was very nicely saying that we have learned how to invest in high-risk areas. And particularly, I would say that I was part of the process. Nobody wanted to invest in 3 areas: DNA vaccine, Zydus people, RNA vaccine, and then the nasal vaccine. There was a lot of reluctance that there is but fortunately all these 3 have succeeded. These are 3 success stories. So we have also learned to invest in high-risk areas. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question to both of you, because when I heard you, I very clearly heard about the pains that you took on going out to the community, collecting samples and bringing it forward. And here, we also heard, sir, from you that, how is it important now to be able to create evidence to sensitize people for introduction? But I guess there is a significant gap, right? So what is important is you take pains to develop, and then you take pains to license, and then you take pains to introduce, right, into the public health system. So what has been your learning and what is your advice? And similar, sir, on the other side of the table, what is it that you think that the industry should be also additionally looking up to so that this gap can really be narrowed down? Especially when you talk about chikungunya, dengue, these other emerging infectious diseases. We heard in the morning, even Dr. Reddy said, it's discovery to implementation, right? But even if you want the shortest time for an important vaccine to enter into the public health space, what is your outlook? I know you've been, whether as part of INTAGI, what are you looking at, and how are you looking at fulfilling the needs of INTAGI in your developmental process?
So I must share something. During our COVID working group, many times there were heated discussion between Dr. Kang and many of us that we are just doing bridging studies and efficacy or effectiveness studies are not there. And clearly that was a time, many times it is not possible also. One of the key issues, and I think which is a missing gap at the moment, is I think human challenge study facilities must be built up. And it requires not only investment, I think it requires political will as well as scientific will to establish these. At least a couple of sites across the country should have human challenge facilities. And I think it will accelerate the whole process. Being the vaccine leaders globally now, I think convincing the policymaker on one side, but also the community that vaccine is safe, effective, efficacious. I think this will be a very important contribution in that area. And whatever it requires, I think we neither have the lack of skills, technology. I think it is primarily taking it further, and some investments are required. So I would very strongly urge in that direction. The second component is that we, in terms of emergencies or otherwise also, a lot of infrastructure has been built. In fact, I see Irsha leader here, and THTI also, which established bioassays, which was used by industry during that time. It all happened during last 4 years. I think, and similarly, animal studies have, infrastructure has also been built. Similarly, I think we need to expand this infrastructure so that we don't have to look at other sites. And one very important gap currently is that we do not develop standards which are required for vaccine. And again, we look up to international partners. And many times we are put in a queue and it takes long time. And it also delays. So I think some of this investment on infrastructure is as important as going in for R&D. And a lot of work has been done, but in coming years, I think this has to be sustained, and we have to see that we are at par with the best in the world.
Yep. Thanks, Rajat. I think in terms of expertise of what we have in our country, product development experience, answer is yes. Starting with many, many new vaccines that many companies have developed, and also therapeutics. Financing, is it available? The answer is yes. Financing is a big need for industry in India because most industry does not make the kind of margins for them to finance their own novel product development. They can do maybe copycat generics themselves, but when it comes to novel long-term studies, it's very difficult. We have to depend on external funding, non-dilutive funding. But where I see a big gap is that when we need new technologies or new molecules for adjuvants or new constructs, for example, we are looking within the country, but very often we get the solutions from outside the country. If you see what we did in COVID, obviously Covaxin came out of strains from the ICMR, but all the other 3 partnerships that we had was all from the US with universities that had platforms ready-made available. And now we're further working on those platforms to see what else we could do. So I think we need those institutions in India to develop those platforms. And another example I can give you with our expertise is that the adjuvant molecule that we licensed from the NIH for Covaxin, many people don't know this. All we received was a patent copy and the molecular structure. We went and worked with IICT, gave them a big grant, and lo and behold, within a month, they were able to synthesize it and give us a 99.9% pure molecule, which is what we used in all our development, and then it was scaled up to a much larger scale. So that part of the expertise is there. But when are we going to develop our own galamide molecule, or when are we going to develop our own mRNA clone or adjuvant, molecule by ourselves? So I think that's where the gaps are, I feel.
So I guess both of you provided a good perspective, but I just want to ask one question from you, Sai, and then maybe we'll shift to the other panelists. In the entire product development life cycle, I mean, you identified there are gaps, whether we have the sequence data, we have the antigenous identification, we have the bioassay or whatever it is, whether all of you all have been developed in novel product development. And we have a visionary here who took up the mRNA platform and has brought it from India to the world. But if there were things that you all have identified in your repeated product development, and 1 or 2 things that you want to say, India needs to really focus on this for us to get into the level of innovation and novelty and introduction of novel products, what would that be?
Sure. I mean, I can take a page out of what we did for Covaxin. So everything that we did for Covaxin within that 12 to 15 month period, I think 99% was done within the country. There's nothing that went outside the country. So it is a great testament. But there are specificities within that. We were able to do the primate studies at ICMR because it was ICMR. If I was a private company having a lab, it's not possible. So I think that is something as a country we need to look at more primate facilities, for example. And, things to that nature, challenge facilities and human challenge studies, Dr. Arora mentioned that. I think that is something we as a country should have that expertise. So we have 2 molecules, a typhoid conjugate vaccine that was tested earlier at Oxford for a human challenge, and today we also have a paratyphi A oral vaccine that's getting evaluated in a human challenge model. These are very large, complex studies, many a times funded by the Gates Foundation, very expensive. There is no reason why we should not be able to do it here. But I think it's beyond me to understand what is blocking us from, the expertise is right here. I mean, sitting, I see 2 people here, or maybe a 3rd person here who can do these things here, but maybe it's a regulatory issue, I don't know. Over.
Okay, thank you. I think then it's the right time and the right moment for us to introduce another great visionary, Dr. Gaurav. I mean, it's glad, being a hemato-oncologist, both of us, and obviously you've taken up a different frontier and revolutionized a lot of things. But I would love to hear your journey. I know that we've read about it, but I think that a lot of the audience would love to hear how, from being a physician and getting intrigued into something, you actually have introduced something very revolutionary in the country, right? And then once you've reached there and how you've built up your partnerships and your collaborations to support that work, where do you see it going so that it becomes a product for common masses?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. In fact, I was actually going to point that out myself, that I'm probably one of the few clinicians along with you in a gathering of mostly scientists. No, that's not amongst a gathering of largely scientists. So still here we are. And before I answer that, I did want to take on that because that, as a physician and a pediatrician, I've treated children with chikungunya when there was an outbreak in Vizag, and I can assure you no one wants chikungunya. So please go ahead and develop this, and whatever support you can get, I wish you the very best. Which actually brings me to the point that our journey to, and it starts from this very point that as we all know that the immune system can tackle infections, and with vaccines teaches us that it can be trained to tackle infections which you have not met before, because that's what the immune system is primarily designed for. The challenge here was, can it really tackle cancer? And there was evidence that it can, but it doesn't very well, and that's why we, sort of once the initial check systems fail, then cancer takes over. Unlike what happens with infections, where most of the time the immune system wins, when it comes to cancer, apart from the very early stages, the cancer wins. And it was, we just heard of, there are two ways of doing that, and we were very fortunate to hear Dr. Jim Allison just a couple of days ago in the Indo-US summit describing how removing the checkpoints or blocking the checkpoints can engage the immune system to clear cancer with very dramatic results. And the other way is to train the cells of the patient themselves to recognize and target the cancer. And that's where this breakthrough technology, when it was first, came as a test of proof in 2012, when a child was treated with relapsed refractory B-cell acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which was not responding to any treatment. It made worldwide news that, somebody's own T cells could be genetically modified, given back to her, and they absolutely cleared the cancer. This was very exciting news, and by 2014-15, a rush had started all across the world, including with the development of the first CAR-T trials, of which the same one which had treated this girl, and there was interest all around. But in 2015, we were facing different problems. Our challenge was that our outcomes were around 70 to 80% only for childhood acute lymphoblastic leukemia, which is otherwise considered a very curable disease. And we saw that we will not be able to bridge this gap between us and the Western countries unless we really go for something big. And that was a thought, that will CAR-T help us to bridge this gap? And but the only way we could do it was we developed it in India. And I was very fortunate to meet Dr. Rahul Purwar, who happened to have returned from the US and working in IIT Bombay right across, who was working on it. And I came to know of his work, and then I went across to him, we met, we discussed, and we said that, okay, if you can give me a new novel CD19 directed, that's the antigen on B cells, CAR-T, we'll take it to clinical trial. And it sounded crazy and ambitious at that time, but we started out, we were lucky to be guided by investigators at the National Cancer Institute in Bethesda, but we didn't receive any money from them, we didn't receive any materials from them, it was just knowledge partners. And with that, we were soon able to have a novel molecule, and then we took it through the preclinical studies. We kept waiting for industry to pick it up, but it was not happening. And we kept waiting for major grants, and initially we were not getting them, but then finally we got some few small grants, and then we got a major grant from the National Biopharma mission. And that's really what boosted the work and brought it to attention. But industry was not picking up, so we realized that we'll have to do the manufacturing also ourselves. And we come from academic institutes, Tata Memorial Center for myself, IIT Bombay for Rahul Purwar. We don't have GMP facilities, we don't know these rules and regulations which pharma regularly deals with. We had to learn it all by ourselves. And we had to sort of match the norms which are there, because the norms do not segregate between an academic institution and between an industry. So we had to match industrial level norms for manufacturing. And finally with that we could get the CDSCO approval to start a phase 1 clinical trial. Within a short time the phase 1 clinical trials got over, phase 2 trials started, The adult trial concluded in September last year, and based on those results, the CDSU has already approved the therapy for use in the country for above 15 years of age. The pediatric trial, which is largely supported by the National Biopharma Mission, is still enrolling, and we are hoping that we shall be getting approval within a few months to maybe by early next year, hopefully. So this is the story of how we got here, but this was never going to be the end of the story. Our aim with this was always that we saw at that time that cell and gene therapy is a growing space, and that thought has borne out, because by now there are more than 4,000 active cell and gene therapy trials going on across the world. China overtook the USA in 2018 in the same field, and most of them are happening over there. But even then, a very few handful of countries still have got an approved therapy for cell and gene therapy. Very few countries. It's almost as elite as the Space Club, and we are happy to say that now we are part of that club. But the fact is that the systems required to develop cell and gene therapies are common, no matter what the preclinical might be, and no matter what the indications in the end might be. And we realize that this is a platform technology. Once you have one, you can do many more. And I think that's where the industry, that's where the thing is going. The last part that I would like to highlight was that, as you saw, that this cell and gene therapy, first CAR T-cell therapy in India, came from 2 academic institutes. And now Dr. Rahul Parwar went on and made his own startup and is marketing it. But this was not a bug, this is a feature. The very first CAR T-cell therapy in the world also, the one which treated this girl, which made such dramatic news, was developed in a university, picked up by Novartis. And it stands for many more. So unlike all other pharma and chemicals, etc., which are largely pharma-driven, of course they are, many which come from academic institutes, and we have one of the greatest examples from our country sitting right here, Dr. Gagandeep Kang, but it is largely pharma-driven, whereas cell and gene therapy across the world, over the time, last 10 years now, there's sort of a balance of industry and academic centers which are conjointly working to get this forward, because the expertise lies in both places. You have to be close to the patient and understand the needs to decide which ones to go for and which ones will be safe and which ones won't. So this kind of development is occurring very close hand in hand. So I see that the cell and gene therapy space is always going to be academia industry collab, and that's where government needs to step in and realize that this close association is what needs to be taking this forward. We cannot just depend upon industry to take it up, and we cannot expect academicians to take it up without industry help and government intervention.
So I think, Gaurav, what you're showing us is when you have clinicians who truly care about getting the best for their patients and they work with the right partners, you can make miracles happen. So wishing you lots more miracles in the future, and with NBM and other support. I think it's very important that we understand that the model in India is not the model in the West, where industry is not going to come forward because it knows it can get a really high level of compensation for novel products. In India, the focus is always going to be on delivering affordable products because our population and our problems are so large. And in some ways, I think it's a way better model than the West, because we are not necessarily starting out from a point of view of making huge amounts of money from the products that you make. I'd like to switch now to Sanjay. And Sanjay, you didn't start with a vaccine company. You were making other kinds of products, but you've been pulled now into the vaccine world, right? And NBM was a big part of that journey. So would you like to tell us what worked, what didn't work, and what you're doing now?
Thank you, Professor Khan. So a little bit of confusion because NBM/BIREC, so the whole program for the vaccine was partly funded from BIREC, but we have a total different program from NBM on which I want to mention here. And I would also like to take this opportunity to remember Professor Bhan and my three secretaries from Professor Raghavan to Dr. Sarup and to the current one, Dr. Gokhale, and NBM team for doing such a wonderful work. It is not easy, very difficult to identify the program, design the program, implement the program, and reach to the success. It's learning story. So NBM, I'm the biggest funder of the NBM. And what we are doing, I presented to NBM, NBM said, anything you can present. So I said, I would like to present to NBM something that high-end research can be converted into the product. I'm sufferer for the both sides. I was here at ICGB, developed the malaria vaccine very early, 2000, and then I realized it is not going anywhere. So I decided to quit, and I went to NIH, taken 6 vaccines to the clinic, and then again came back with the vision, can we convert it? Because something was in the academics, we were not understanding, and we are not talking very well to the industry, what is their requirement, and this was the gap. So here our NBM funding is that we have 2 set of labs which we asked for it. Initially we funded, it is a process development lab, and where the main technology is cutting edge is perfusion-based bioreactor, so we don't have to make those 5,000 liter, 10,000 liter bioreactor. But suspension, because initially we have done for last 10 years on the adherent perfusion, so you can have the cells, make them well, and pass the media. They keep on producing for 90 days, 60 days, 30 days. But now we've gone for a next level because we cannot control the growth beyond a point, and then apoptosis happen. So we have the NBM program is perfusion-based suspension, CHO cell, and last 3 years we have brought the very high-end AI. So you switch on and it runs the program. So we have already done at 10 to 20 liter. Now we are going for 500 liter. So here where NBM is our partner, and I hope this will be a paradigm shift in biomanufacturing. And I assure you, give us a couple of years, this will be a paradigm shift in biomanufacturing, and it will reduce the cost by log-fold for making mammalian cell products. So that is ma'am this. Now coming on the vaccine, yes, vaccine was very close to my heart, so I worked all the time. But when this opportunity came, we were already in the mRNA space, but not for vaccine. It was personalized cancer therapy. So we were working on that for a couple of years. But when COVID opportunity came, we jumped on the self-amplifying mRNA. In one of the GVRF meeting, I was a part of a joke by some of the top companies that, can I make it self-amplifying mRNA and it can happen a vaccine? But once you are tenured at NIH, then you can do anything because they have reviewed you who you are. We made it, it is the vaccine, and finally it is the first generation and also the booster one. For any future pandemic today we are ready, and now it has been evaluated at the highest level and it came into Nature Medicine. I would like to comment on this. What is difficulty? We are so much West driven that they don't believe you till it is not innovated there. So they said, if it is not innovated America, it doesn't exist. This is not the real thing. The real thing is we should be ready as an industry or academic to get it reviewed as tough as possible. And we cannot do everything in-house. We have to have the partnerships. So yes, this program was gone. Program is well supported by DBT. I think DBT gave us one of the major funding to us. Otherwise, we would have not made such a huge amount of investment into it. But what is the future for like NBM kind of BIRAC kind of DBT? It is not this. It is, if COVID is gone, we have to solve some big problems. Tuberculosis is a big problem. We have taken it. And for last 100 years, vaccine has not been made. Everything is going on BCG. We have taken knowing it is going to fail, knowing it is very, very difficult path to go. We have entered into it. COVID was a very low-hanging fruit. It was a very low-hanging fruit. Scientifically, I am telling you, very low-hanging fruit. Anybody can make it. But understanding the deep side of immunology, deep side of human biology, how your immune system is going to work, that is going to make a difference. So this is for mRNA, tough journey, but I enjoyed it. Now we are moving on into a big change into it. It is not only the vaccine platform, it is much more. We may come to Dr. Narula. First time I have met him, my team works with him very well. We have done some trials together. I have met. We may change the paradigm of the CAR T therapy, because CAR T therapy has some inherent problems today, that it keep on going, and it creates a lot of toxicity. So can we switch on and switch off? mRNA gives the example. Then protein supplement, what we are giving like growth factor, or we are giving like blood factors, can we deliver at very low cost? So I think it is very, very important for us, and where DBT is there, DBT supports us. We are here for solving big and tough problems. And when you solve big and tough problems, you are not only dependent on government for its recovery. If you have solved the big problem, a huge market established today. So this is what my take for it. Yes, it was very tough journey, and we thank to NBM and that they have permitted us to linger on for such a time. But almost we have solved that problem, and you'll see that within a year or two that technology will be done. And Professor Raghavan, you don't have to touch the bioreactor. 3 days before he tells that there is a problem in the cell, and it will recollect it. Around 267 parameters, which is driven by the AI itself, which runs the live cells. So here live cell biology was there, how they feel happy and how the product is made. And here NBM has made a big investment. Thank you, NBM.
Thank you. I think you've heard from all of the panelists here about what they've been working on, and it really is a tribute to the kinds of partnerships that NBM and BIRAC have brought to the table. And Harish is here from Zydus, and Zydus was the first company to develop a human DNA vaccine, right? There are vaccines for fish and horses, but they are so far still the only vaccine that is licensed for human use. But you know, that ZyCoV-D is a separate story. You're now working on a different vaccine, which is the hepatitis E vaccine. There is only one company in the world that has a licensed vaccine. You are pushing to be the second company to have that. Could you talk to us about your journey with hepatitis C?
Thank you, Dr. Khan. Actually, as you mentioned that there is one vaccine already available for hepatitis E, but let me tell you that it is only available in China, and even in China also it is not available in open market. So I don't know. It is registered in Pakistan but not available to Pakistan. We tried to import this vaccine to use it as a comparator for clinical trial, but we could not do this. So they have big problem in manufacturing, and WHO also recognizes this, and they have even approached us that we should accelerate our program, and they will be interested to know our development, and then they will support also in some way. So anyway, thanks NBM organizing committee for inviting me here to speak about our two innovative programs, ZyCoV-D and hepatitis E. Anyway, ZyCoV-D, whole world's known, is a good testimony of innovation. So I will not talk here. Maybe in the evening presentation I will speak something about it. But yes, this hepatitis E vaccine program we have initiated in 2016. It is 100% indigenous effort. We have cloned, expressed in E. coli. And yield is fantastic. Even 10-liter bioreactor can give you 1 million doses of the vaccine. So we have already conducted preclinical talks and phase 1 clinical trial. And NBM has funded phase 2 clinical trial of hepatitis E. In fact, when we have completed our hepatitis A phase 1 trial, we submitted protocol for phase 2/3 to DCGI, citing the data available with Innovax, Hecolin, but DCGI did not agree to that data. They did not believe, because they said ki it is Chinese data, don't believe. you first do phase 2 and then do phase 3. We tried to convince, but they force us to do phase 2. So we are doing phase 2. Phase 2 already completed. Data analysis is going on. And once data is available, we will again approach DCGI that please allow us with placebo control trial one more time. If they don't allow us, then we will wait. There is one company called Biopharma. They have just got permission from DCGI to import Hicoline from China through their some collaboration with Immunovax and do clinical trial in India. So if that clinical trial completes and they generate some data, then might our life gets little bit easier. Otherwise, we might have to do phase 3 large scale trial, and knowing the infection rate in the country, we might land up in recruiting lakhs and lakhs of patients to reach the efficacy level. I was reading some of the article in India, IgG seroprevalence is around 27%, but I think it is much more than that. And even IgM is also close to 15%, and even active mRNA seroprevalence is around 7%. So it is quite rampant in the country. And as we know, this is spread through oral fecal route, and in 2 conditions it becomes very severe. One, in pregnant women, especially in 3rd trimester. As per WHO records, mortality rate is somewhere from 20 to 25%. And in the person who is having pre-existing liver disease. So in these 2 conditions, this vaccine is very, very severe. So we must need this vaccine, at least for poor people.
Thank you very much. I think, 5 years of NBM, and you can see from everything that you've heard in the morning and from this panel that NBM is truly delivering on what the mission is, which is to create products that are relevant for our people and for the world. And this is clearly a journey, since for many of the innovations that are being undertaken, we still have a long way to go, particularly when it comes to furthering partnerships with academia, with regulators, between industry, the challenges of developing new tools and platforms, CHIM studies, standards, etc. So I'd like to thank all of the panelists, and over to Rajat to bring us home.
Well, I think you've said it all. I just wanted to say in the end, like Professor Raghavan said in the morning earlier, is that this is something that after it got conceptualized, it ignited a lot of people. It just brought a lot of people like us onto the bandwagon to try and make it happen. And I must also thank Dr. Kavita Singh, who kind of led the secretariat, brought it to fore, handed over the baton to Raj, and brought in such great ideas, and you saw everything that we heard today. There's lots more to happen, and we heard about the space mission. So a lot that NBM can ignite and facilitate and accelerate in the future. There are ideas. We have artificial intelligence, machine learning, all these newer aspects coming up. Let's see whether we do have things in 100 days for the future, or we do it better than that. I think that's really our goal, but we need to show that India can do better. So thank you so much. You guys are great. You've done wonderful. India, you make India proud.
Please everyone give them a big round of applause. So I thank our esteemed panelists and moderators for the insightful discussions. I now request Dr. Kang to kindly felicitate Mr. Sai Prasad. I now request Dr. Kang again to felicitate Dr. Gaurav Narula. Lastly, again, I request Dr. Kang to please felicitate Dr. N.K. Arora. Thank you, Dr. Kang. Now I request Dr. Goyal to please felicitate Dr. Sanjay Singh. And I request Dr. Goyal again to please felicitate Dr. Harish Chandra. Thank you, Dr. Goyal. I would now request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, to please present a token of appreciation to our session moderators, Dr. Kang and Dr. Goyal. Thank you, sir. This concludes our session for biotherapeutics and vaccines. I now hand over the stage to Dr. Chaitanya Magar for the next session. Requesting everyone for a group photo, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll request everyone to be seated. Please don't leave your places. So the next session, good afternoon and a warm welcome to one and all. The next session of the NBM Conclave is for the devices and diagnostics. So in this session, the engagement of the panel discussion deliberated on the progress made in nurturing the vibrant opportunities in the MedTech product development in India and the way forward for continued innovation momentum will be conducted. So, NBM has supported multiple devices and diagnostics projects in the previous 6 years that could help in diagnostics and treatments of the various diseases successfully. Few of them have been called here today to share their success stories and the accolades they have earned during their journey with the support of the National Biopharma Mission and the BIRAC. To begin with this session, I would like to call upon our today's special invitees and the moderators of this session, Dr. Pramod Kumar Garg. Dr. Pramod Kumar Garg is a physician, scientist, professor of the gastroenterology at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He is also a former director to the THSTI India. Welcome, sir. The next moderator is Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary, who is a professor in the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Delhi, who is also a former director of the IIT Jodhpur and the CSIR Central Electronic Research Institute. Warm welcome to you, sir. Then our next six panelists are, for the today's session, Mr. Nitesh Kumar Jangir, Director, Inaxel Technologies Private Limited, Bangalore. NBM has supported the low-cost multifunctional neonatal breathing support device development to this company and the panelist. Mr. Nitesh Kumar Jangir. Dr. Prijit SP, Lead System Engineering, Healthcare Technology Innovation Center, HTIC IIT Madras, Chennai. This startup and the Driving MedTech Innovation Center has been supported for the development of the Smart Eye Endoscope technology. Dr. Siddharth Pandey, Vice President, Datta Medic Products Private Limited, New Delhi. NBM has supported the novel skill substitute on a wound healing for the diabetic foot ulcer to this organization and the panelist. Dr. Sugandhi Gopal, co-founder, Carditech Medical Devices Private Limited, Bangalore. NBM has supported the portable high-frequency ECG machine, a new tool for the cardiologist. Dr. Gautam Wankhede, Director, Medical Affairs from My Lab Discovery Solutions, Pune. NBM has supported the development of the PathoDetect 2019 COVID detection kit during the COVID crisis. Dr. Asim Syed Shiraz, CEO, Enopoya Technology Incubator, Bangalore, which is enabling and MedTech innovation for a better healthcare. So I welcome all the panelists and the moderators for the today's session. And I would like to request the moderators to kindly take over the session. We need a help here for the mic. Mic, please.
Good afternoon, everybody, and first of all, thank you, National Biopharma Mission, for having invited me and my colleagues here for this important session on medical diagnostics and devices. So as you know that in today's modern medicine, if you have to treat a patient well, you have to take recourse to all the modern diagnostics and devices which are essential for treating these patients very successfully. And when we look at the devices and diagnostics, most of them have been imported from outside. And the reason, primary reason for that was there wasn't enough innovation space in this country, or the testing, or the manufacturing, and that is why we had to rely on foreign products. We still do, to a large extent, I would say. But you know, for last about, I would say 15 years or 20 years or so, there has been a growing interest in developing many of these devices and diagnostics in this country. And we have all seen during COVID times also that many products were developed in India, and you just heard about the story of COVID vaccines. When it comes to devices and diagnostics, there are many products which are technologically complex. Some are easy, but some are complex. And it takes a lot of effort to develop those products. Some of them innovative, not necessarily a copy of what we already have. And I'm very happy that we have a distinguished panel of experts who have actually done original work and brought up some of the key devices and diagnostics. So maybe I can request for a short presentation of the devices that they have developed, so that you get an idea of what these products are and where we have, and then we can ask some questions to the panelists here. Presentation, please.
Respiratory compromise is a leading contributor to 3 million neonatal deaths. Data says that most of these lives can be saved by providing essential breathing support to these neonates. But most of these kids do not have access to essential breathing support because the current technologies and equipments which are equipped to deliver these therapies require multiple devices to deliver these multiple therapies. Current devices are totally infrastructure dependent. They require compressed air, they require compressed oxygen, continuous supply of electricity, special kind of consumable, and all above that they are designed for highly skilled neonatologists, which are not available in most of the low resource settings. All of these combined leads to a situation where most babies in the world are not receiving the essential breathing support. Our solution, SaaS, provides multiple therapies like CPAP, HFNC, resuscitation, both in hospital as well as in transport. This product can work with any oxygen interface, either it is concentrator, cylinder, or central oxygen line. It comes with inbuilt air source as well as 6 hours of battery backup. This device can work with any patient interface, reducing the cost of consumable and operational costs while it reduces the training for the new patient interfaces. It comes with inbuilt therapy monitoring, so it can monitor parameters like FiO2, PEEP, flow, and if any of these parameters go out of range, it gives alarm. This reduces load on caregiver. We are building AI-based clinical decision support system to help caregiver choose the most optimum parameters for the ventilation. Today, more than 2,000 of these SaaS devices are deployed across India. These are deployed in the tribal areas, in hilly areas of Assam, Mizoram, as well as in the top corporate hospitals in Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, ensuring a true health equity. We have created a capacity of treating more than 100,000 babies every year. A large state-level independent study done have shown a significant 20% reduction in neonatal mortality by deploying SaaS device. This problem and solution have been understood by BioRack from the start itself, and from the conceptualization step to the commercialization, BioRack is supporting us. We got the NBM grant at really crucial stage where we had initial deployment. We understood the new changes we need to make in the product, what we need to do to scale it up in terms of our manufacturing, in terms of our design, add new features, and make the product truly world class. And with the NBM funding, that's what we have done. Now, with BioRack's help and support, and with everyone's constant endeavor to help this innovative product, we are aiming to help at least 1 million babies by 2030. Thank you.
I think while they are uploading the next presentation, maybe we can start by one question to Nitesh.
Designed and developed by healthcare technology.
Okay, please go ahead.
Hello and welcome to the session on SmartEye, technology platform for endoscopy, designed and developed by Healthcare Technology Innovation Center, IIT Madras, in collaboration with Mitra Medical Private Limited, supported by National Biopharma Mission. The aim of the project was to indigenize flexible endoscopy technology that is now currently fully imported. And for this, we developed two specific endoscopy products. In India, 15 million endoscopies are performed every year, and the market is upwards of 245 crores. Due to high cost and limited modularity, we continue to use old and refurbished models, which leads to poor quality images and compromise in the diagnosis. Olympus, Karl Storz, Fujifilm, Pentax, and AUA are the major dominant players in the endoscopy market, and Olympus owns more than 60% of the market, and their product is priced at approximately 43 lakhs, and the whole system costs 75 lakhs. We aim to make this available for the masses at a low cost. This is the final product that we have developed. The operation of the system is shown in the video. The various components of the system, which are the video processor, the scope, the PCBs inside, and the scope tip are shown in this. of our endoscopy system is that it has brought down the cost by almost 4 times, making it very affordable. We have completed the electrical safety testing of the system. We also performed the clinical trials on the animals and then went on to do the clinical validation on the humans. During the development of the system, we trained around 40 resources in hardware, software, FPGA, and ISP design for endoscopy applications. We also have 12 publications in international peer-reviewed conferences and journals. In the Indian market, our development will lead to economic growth as it can now provide affordable and improved healthcare access. It has led to the creation of a medical innovation ecosystem, which has further led to the creation of a skilled workforce for this particular field. In the global market, since our systems are very affordable and also provide high quality image output, it has a competitive advantage and now will lead to market expansion due to the cost reduction. The objectives of our project are all complete as of November 23, and now our manufacturing partner is gearing up for mass production. NBM has been very instrumental in this project. We have been able to establish domestic production capabilities for endoscopy technology in India. We have also brought together a team of experts who can now design and prototype the endoscopes. It has also gone to the level of clinical validation so that we can ensure the safety and efficacy of the new endoscopes. Thank you.
If there is no voiceover, can you just? Okay, okay.
So basically, we have a well-grafted stem cell-based product and made up with the mesenchymal stem cells and mesenchymal stem cell differentiated adipocytes. It is just grown on the chitosan gelatin-based foam and just cultured for the few days to store the all growth factors and nutrients secreted from the cells by the bilayer culturing on them. And then the use for the diabetic foot ulcer, venous leg ulcers, and the burn wounds. Currently, we have done the phase 1 clinical trial for this on the diabetic foot ulcers that completed. And now we are just started the venous leg ulcer trial with the more than 100 patients on that. So basically, if I come to the market for the wound healing, there is so many products that's the market for the wound healing are mostly on the silver-based dressings or some other chemical-based dressings. They have some their own toxicity, and they have the healing time is higher. So
Major
we are
achievements
using
of the project are multicentric phase.
Okay, so then we have come to that. Basically, there is a two major product in the market for the cell-based product, that is the Appligraft and Dermagraft. Both it's a very high cost, and in India currently only Dermagraft is available. That is the fibroblast-based cells. So we have chosen that path to develop the stem cell-based product that the healing time is reduced and that is affordable for the market of the patients. In current scenario, as of I have seen in the hospital, there is too many patients that have the diabetic foot ulcers or other some non-healing chronic ulcers. So we have used, and we found that the single dressings of the well graft is heal the maximum percent of population, approximately 50% population of the wounds, and then within the 21 days. Then if we will go for a phase 2 and phase 3 trial, and we hope that we will get the much better result than this, because it's also need before the application that it's need a care of the patient, how to apply the products, and how we will control the diabetes and everything in the wound healing part.
Thank you.
Hi. I have not put a voiceover, so I'm going to just walk you through it in the next few minutes. So we are from Cardiotech Medical Devices, growing with the help of NBM. NBM's ability to nurture us has changed a lot of people's lives. Next slide, please. This is what we have done. Look at that clumsy ECG on the left side. We have taken that and turned it into a wearable two-piece device. The first piece, which does the limb leads, that's the clamps that's put on the hands and feet, has been condensed into that. And the chest leads come from the strip patch. Next slide, please. This is supposed to be a streaming 12-lead ECG. You can see that the equivalence is there. We are very fast, very accurate. We get the ECG within 15 seconds. We are green because there's no disposables, and we are at cutting edge at all levels. Next slide, please. So from a 2-minute capture of data, we actually give a 6-page report. This is just to tell you that there are many modalities that we have put into our ECG device. The second slide there with the green and yellow flag kind of picture there, that is high frequency ECG, and this is what NBM has supported us for. This looks at accuracy of diagnosing heart attacks and a pre-heart attack condition. Next slide, please. And this is how we give out the report. The middle line shows you how the voltages are and how it is narrow in a normal patient. And you see it on the right side. You're seeing a double peak. There is a drop of amplitudes in between, and there is a widening and loss of amplitude. This is what we are looking at. These are microvolt signals. To contrast, an ECG is around 2,000 microvolts. These high-frequency ECGs are only 10 microvolts. So you can look at the technical difficulties that is there, and this is why this is not in the market yet from anyone else. And we are the first ones to bring it to the patient's bedside and make a big difference to them. Next slide, please. This is how we look at the data. So your accuracy, let's say in chest pain clinic or emergency room, goes up all the way from 48% to 94% by using this device. So the translational medicine, it started almost in 1967 from NASA, but still no one has brought it to the bedside because the technology was not there to make it very small and condense it. And we have managed to do that. Next slide, please. So if you look at the current emergency room, almost 600 million people attend the emergencies in India. Out of that, only 10% have genuine heart conditions. So 90% actually clog up the emergency room, and we keep them for hours because we don't have one magic wand to say, okay, this is cardiac and this is not cardiac. So looking at that, 10% is what we are concentrating on. This is a lot of waste of time and work. Next slide, please. Just an example, came in 2 hours earlier, no ECG changes, and we can pick that up from high-frequency ECGs. Thank you very much, NBM, for being with us.
Hello. The short presentation is about the support that my lab received from the National Biopharma mission during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. The project title was to scale up manufacturing of PathoDetect 2019 COVID detection kit rapidly to meet the current demand in India during the national crisis at that time. The details of the project were that the fund was utilized for rapid increase in the production capacity of my lab for manufacturing and increase the facilities and enhance the facilities for the COVID RT-PCR kits manufacturing. The innovative elements. My lab was the first Indian company to have developed the RT-PCR kit for COVID-19. This Indian-made RT-PCR based kit was able to detect COVID-19 infection in symptomatic and non-symptomatic patients in a short span time period of 2.5 hours, when most other kits at that time were taking 4 hours. It was based on the extraction of genetic material of the virus from the sample and then using PCR to make many copies of it. PCR is also known as... Hello everyone. The major achievements of my lab. Got help from the my lab went on to establish several COVID-19 testing labs in association with testing partners, including the first such lab at an airport in New Delhi. Further, the company developed a highly sensitive anti...
Maybe we can go to the last presentation because yeah, that's...
Hi, I'm Asim, CEO and in charge of NBM Medical Device Rapid Prototyping Facility at Empire, Mangalore. This is an initiative born out of funding support from DPT BIRAC under the National Biopharma Mission. Established in the year 2020, our facility is at the heart of Empire Medical and Dental Colleges, dedicated to advancing medical device innovations. Our state-of-the-art prototyping and manufacturing facilities include advanced additive and subtractive manufacturing setup, enabling the creation of medical devices, surgical instruments, and implants. We have a plastic injection molding facility. We have a comprehensive PCB fabrication and assembly unit. We also have class 1000 and 10,000 clean rooms for bioprinting, tissue engineering, medical devices, and pharmaceutical production. The facilities have been accredited with ISO 13485 for the design and manufacture of implantable medical devices, patient-specific implants, surgical guides, in vitro diagnostics, wound care management devices, and PCB for active medical devices. This ensures that our facilities and processes meet the highest standards in medical device manufacturing. Since our inception, we have supported over 100 healthcare innovators and startups, helping them transform innovative ideas into tangible healthcare solutions. We are deeply grateful for the unwavering support from the DBT BIRAC and NBM, which have been instrumental in making the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, all of you, for this small presentation. This is to give you an idea that how technological innovation from a conceptual stage has actually gone to clinical care. And I think this is a big achievement for all of you. Thank you very much. So maybe I'll just quickly ask one question to Nitesh first, because your device on, say, neonates, it has to be used. So that's a very vulnerable population. And there is a high risk involved, not only because of disease, but then also device. So what were the challenges that you faced when you conceptualized this product and you went to the clinicians and you thought that it can actually be used in ICUs, which is a very complex situation?
First of all, thank you everyone at BIRAC and NBM for inviting and supporting our work. So BIRAC has been with us from the conceptualization stage itself. And it actually, we are not the one who conceptualized it, it's clinicians who conceptualized it. Because we were spending time in an emergency hospital, and in that emergency room, clinicians were seeing a lot of patients, and it's a tertiary care hospital, a lot of patients coming with respiratory distress or any other respiratory compromise. And till the time these patients either reaching to a hospital like this or shifting to NIC, most of them were not surviving this path. So that's where they gave us idea that we have simple technology of respiratory support. Why can't you engineers work together with us and then make it available outside our ICUs, outside at a place where care can be given, or the place of birth itself. And that's where, while we are working constantly with clinicians, and more than clinicians is the technicians who design it in such a way that they can use it properly. And it's largely our the current version. What we saw in the presentation is our fourth design. So our first three that's where we were learning more and more that what do you need to make. What we need to change to make it more and more comfortable with Indian healthcare settings.
So the challenge, what I was asking you, actually because the concept came from clinicians, it was easy for you to actually integrate with their system. So I think this is important for those of you who want to get into this space, that if you have very good collaboration with doctors and clinicians, it might be easy for you to develop a product and go back to them and say, this is what we have in hand. So Prijit, I know about your product, endoscopy, which is, of course, one of the very, very important diagnostic devices that we have. And I'm very happy that an Indian company has actually taken the lead to develop it. But you know, always it comes, when it comes to patient bedside, we always think I should have the best available device with me. So what was the challenges you faced, and what do you think that you can compete with the best in the world with your technology that's available? Because always a challenge is this.
Thank you, sir, for the question. So when we started this project like 5 years back, fundamentally the problem that we had was in India, we did not have the larger infrastructure, whether it is the components or the larger idea of how to actually develop an invasive imaging technology component. So we had to literally start from scratch, understand how other people in the world have done, especially the market leader, the company named Olympus, has close to 70 years presence in the market, and they're one of the leading manufacturers when it comes to camera and imaging technology. So we started from there. The biggest challenge was finding out partners who can actually support us with the components that are needed to make this particular thing happen, and also building the competency within the team to make sure that we can actually handle such complexity. So the first 2 years were absolutely difficult. We were literally moving at a snail pace. We were not able to actually crack the problems fast. But the first 2 years of grit and the commitment that we had put in literally helped us accelerate the development over the next 2 years to a level wherein we were able to convert this thing into a platform technology. And I'm really happy to say that in addition to this particular endoscopy platform, we were able to also deliver a bronchoscopy system and a disposable ureteroscopy system with 2 other industry partners, especially because of the initial work that we had done. So when we started this work, we had zero understanding about how to make this thing happen. But with this particular effort, we were able to really come up with a team and the competency to actually use this as a platform for a lot of other products.
Thank you. I request Dr. Chaudhary, my co-moderator, to kindly take on the discussion.
Let me first, hello. Let me first actually thank NBM for giving this opportunity to have young entrepreneurs who have come up with really working medical solutions in terms of device space to come here and present it to the audience. I think I have one question, actually I would like any one of you to respond to, is that actually the regulatory framework for medical devices is a challenge. So how have you actually addressed or faced that as you have brought your product to the market or trying to get the product to the market? I think any of you can respond.
So I'll try to answer that from a diagnostic point of view before we move to other medical devices. So in diagnostics, it's a fairly well laid out system, wherein if you have a device which has a comparator, so what we need to do is we need to carry out a performance evaluations against a known comparator. But if it's a completely innovative new diagnostic device where you don't have an existing player in the market, then you have to go through the clinical trial route, which does take time. So we have to be prepared for it. So as a young company, what I would say is that when you start developing a product, at that point of time, you should know what is the regulatory pathway. So you are mentally, financially prepared to for the time ahead.
So we started out with making sure that design principles are followed, and we knew exactly what the regulations are for ECGs. We also knew that there are no major Indian companies who have passed all the European regulations. We were hoping that CDSCO would come up with something that is more streamlined and can get on with it, but we are still having problems with it. For instance, in MD12, which is one of the forms that we have to fill. So first, this is a request for clinical trials, but then they ask you how many have you done so that you justify a clinical trial. How do we go to a clinical trial and say my device is completely safe? I've looked at the electricals. I've made sure the voltages are not leaking anywhere. That we can do, but how do we go and say, I put it on a patient to check it? You know, that's always a problem. It was a bit easier for me as a doctor, but...
yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge that all of us face when we get into this space.
Yes.
Any other comment?
Yeah, I think we have gone through both European, Indian, as well as US FDA side. So I think it's really expensive. So first thing for young companies to go through these protocols, goes through the testing, and one big issue is specifically now we are facing CDSCO has come in picture, is that it's not been streamlined with the other regulatory parties. Means if we want to see India becoming a global MedTech medical device player, we need to ensure that our redundant costs are reduced, because so ultimately we have to go to US, we have to go to Europe. Frankly, even if we have to sell our devices to Africa, they ask for European or US regulatory approvals. So how we become an international or export-oriented product without having streamlined regulatory. For example, there are multiple things even in CDSCO, and the big issue what we are seeing with regulatory side is CDSCO is still a pharma auditing agency, pharma regulatory agency. So they don't have engineers who understand what required for medical device or medical technology regulatory. And the way now industry is moving fast, the regulations around artificial intelligence coming up, people are making big claims about artificial intelligence here, but there's nobody who can regulate and verify those claims in India. So how do we go about it? So we actually really, there's a huge need if we can streamline CDSCO with the other global regulatory framework, so we can then start becoming one of the key medical device producer and exporters in the world with less cost involved or repetitive costs.
I think that's exactly one of the issue I think we need to address, because NBM is doing a great job in terms of promoting these young entrepreneurs. But to make sure that the products reach the market, I think the regulatory framework has to be streamlined. And there has to be a unified initiative. I think, Dr. Garg, I think kind of maybe the last question can come from you. And
I don't know how much time we have. I was told that Honorable Minister is on his way. So,
yeah.
So maybe I'll ask each one of you to give, in 1 minute, your message to the young people sitting here. If they have to get into this field, what's your message to them? Each one of you can give a message.
Yeah, I think first thing you guys just go and look at BIRAC's website and see what funding available for your concept. Frankly, BIRAC has single-handedly created most medical startups in India or in medical devices. So really kudos to them on doing this. I think first thing which we need to understand, this is a really amazing field, correct? When the feeling when you go to a hospital and I know nobody's kid should go inside the NIC or any other place and see the work you have done is saving your own people's life. So it happened with me. I had just a 6-month-old old kid, and then the SaaS device have been used on him. So something like that, I never thought I would go through, but then that's what happened. And specifically the support which is available right now from the government organizations. I was just going to the exhibition below that multiple organizations which are supporting EMI, EMC, the testing and other part. So look at all the support system available from the incubators, from the BIRAC, from DBT and other government organization. And the most important thing right now, what I'm seeing more than engineers, doctors are really excited about technologies. So they are open to collaboration, they are open to work with everyone. So just go and talk to everybody, even in an institute like AIMS, almost everybody is open to work on new technological solutions. So please connect with them.
So just a couple of points on that, right? I mean, so first thing is, there are funding options available from BIRAC, which is something which all entrepreneurs or people who are planning to come into the stream, which should surely explore. Second thing is always make sure that you have a pretty good clinical support. I mean, without having the right clinician in the team, if you're trying to build a medical equipment, it is really not going to go anywhere. Whether it is really understanding what is the pain point that the patient is facing and support with respect to getting your product clinically validated, you need to have a very strong clinical partner in place. And the third thing is also you really don't have to reinvent everything, from scratch. I mean, there are a lot of academic institutes which are available across India who have basically done phenomenal work in doing the base work that is needed for a lot of medical technology out there. Try and partner as much as possible with as much institutes as possible. Make sure that you are leveraging the work that is in the form of research, in the form of academic work, and start from there to make sure that you can actually accelerate and meet your goals in a faster way.
So I first believe that you just strengthen your concept, what you want to do, and just bake the notes on that you want to do on that, and then start discussing the persons who are in this field. That is the best way to understand the problems. Then how to you just your idea to come from the platform, and you just transfer this technology to the next generations. That is the best problem. Best thing to do. And the next, I believe that the funding is not a problem at anywhere. You can get the fund from the NBM, BIRAC, DST, CSIR, and from outside the India also. If you have a good concept, you have a good reason to do the work, then definitely you will succeed. So first strengthen your concept. You collect the data from the literatures. There is so many data available on the internet. So you can collect the data, you can discuss the concerned persons, they have working on that line. Then just make your notes on that and then move on forward.
So I'm an interventional cardiologist who actually got into medical devices. The main passion was that, look, I am making a difference to each patient one at a time. And I really wanted to make a difference to a lot of lives and save 1 million lives rather than 10 lives at a time. So this is what drove me, and I think that everybody should be very passionate about things when they go into MedTech. They need a lot of patience. Even if you get funded, the funds don't come always on time, so please sort out your existence for some time. And go into it only if you have the energy and the passion to achieve it.
Thanks a lot. So my advice to any young person or a young group who wants to start a new, say, a diagnostic company would be spend time in a lab. And when I say spend time, in a variety of labs. Go to the most high-end tertiary center and then go to probably the most basic lab at a primary healthcare center. Understand the pain point and understand the problems. That's one. The second advice would be don't get too overawed or come under pressure from the big multinationals, because their solutions are designed for the high-income countries and for probably lesser populated regions. Come up with your own solutions targeted for India or lower middle income countries. And I'm sure based on that, these two feedbacks, we will be able to come up with better solutions.
Thank you. I'd just like to highlight sort of our journey, how we started in terms of NBM project. So we initially wanted to just have a facility only for additive manufacturing. As the project evolved over the past 4 years, we kept on adding new things. That is mostly based on the requirements of the innovators. So we started working and we realized that, okay, they need a comprehensive setup for, let's say, additive manufacturing, subtractive manufacturing, and then it needs to be manufactured in a clean room, right? So all these things are actually overlooked by many. And also what we face generally is when these startups do come to us, we feel that their product or device is not optimized. So they say it works in their lab, But when you want to make it as per ISO 13485, or when you want to make it as per GMP, so nothing works. Then you have to again start reinventing, redoing, changing your processes. I feel this is a major hurdle a lot of companies are facing, even though like let's say they finish BAG grant of 50 lakhs, they may get another grant. Ultimately, we face that they are all stuck, either they don't know the regulatory process, or they don't know, like let's say, they have not properly optimized. They have not validated their raw materials. They don't know their like suppliers. They don't know what is a COA or like things like that. So probably what I would advise is having interacted with a lot of startups and all, and then please try to make sure what are the requirements in terms of regulatory, what exactly needs to be done, and engage with like CROs and other incubators early. And yeah, so just to conclude, what we also did is, like, let's say, in order to like get the support for regulatory, we tried to partner with a lot of CROs, but it ended up becoming a costly affair. So that's where what we try to do is also bringing in expertise within the ecosystem, within the incubator, regulatory experts and all, who can help these startups really, like, let's say, like if somebody wants to apply for CT10 or like a MD12 and all, so they don't know that what is a DSC which needs to be there. Like let's say they struggle with all these nitty-gritties which actually delay things a lot, like maybe 2 or 3 months get wasted in these minor things. So that's all. Like please do research well, and yeah, in the beginning. Thank you.
So I think with these we can conclude. One very important thing is that it's a very exciting and very important area from the Indian context. And so therefore for the youngsters, there's a huge avenue and open space to move on. It's not only the need that you meet of replacing imported devices, but there are scope of innovations which can be actually completely new thing in the world. I think that's where the Indian MedTech ecosystem is moving. And what is very, very interesting and important is to see in recent times also that how actively doctors are coming forward and participating together with engineers for coming up with innovative outcome. I think with these, I think let me again thank and express our best wishes for all the innovators who are here, because we would really like their products to reach mass market in a big way. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone. This was really a wonderful session, engaging all the people around. So with this, I would like to call Dr. Pramod to give a vote of appreciation, present the token of appreciation to Dr. Nitesh Kumar Jangir. Again, Dr. Pramod Kumar to Dr. Prijit SP. Again, I would like to request Dr. Pramod Kumar to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Siddharth Pandey. Now I would like to request Dr. Santanu Chaudhary to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Sugandhi Gopal. Again, I'll request Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary to present the token of appreciation to Dr. Gautam Wankhede. Again, I'll request Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary to felicitate Dr. Asim Syed Shiraz. Now I'd like to call upon a stage Dr. Alka Sharma, Scientist H, DBT, to give a token of appreciation to the moderators. First to Dr. Pramod Kumar Garg. Again, I would like to request Dr. Alka Sharma to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary. With this, we conclude the session, and I'll request all the panelists and the moderators to please stay on the stage for the group photo. And I'll request session coordinators to come for the next announcement. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So that was the end of our morning session. Lunch is being served outside and on the first floor. And please come back by 2:15 to begin with the next session on next generation ecosystem. Thank you.
Lightning panel discussion. This session are Dr. Poornima Sharma, CEO, Biotech Consortium India Limited, Dr. Premnath, Founder, Director, Venture Center, Dr. Akhilesh Mishra, Director, Interactive Research School of Health Affairs, Irsha, Dr. Anmol, Group Leader, ICGB, New Delhi, Dr. Tulip Nawal, AVP and Head Business in TAS. I warmly welcome all the moderators and the speakers. Dr. Premnath will be joining us in a couple of seconds. Please see the mics.
Though you had had lunch, you won't be able to sleep. And Premnath, you see rapid fire, Premnath is rapidly running in. So,
Dipanvita, do you have
welcome
hampers at the end of the rapid fire?
Yeah, hampers.
Hampers or no hampers?
Hampers are right. Okay. Come in, Premnath. My apologies.
You don't get the hamper, Premnath.
So, we have discussed technologies, products, companies that NBM have funded so far. This session is for ecosystem building. What has NBM done for the ecosystem? And I request Pushpa to introduce the three elements of the ecosystem, and then we will divide the question. You know, we will just do it the way we want it. And all our panelists are so smart, they will answer just like that. Yes.
Thank you, Dipanvita. I think it's been clear since morning that NBM has not been another grant funding program. It is really a strategic initiative to fuel, power forward a national engine for bioinnovation. And thus, what we heard in the morning as product funding is complemented with very strategic platform investments in both tangibles and intangibles. Right? So we have here right on the panel, and they're going to introduce themselves. So I'll not talk about what that is, but critical aspects of physical infrastructure, intangible investments, in a way that it is accessible to ventures innovating from India for India and the world. Critical aspects of applied skilling, which again is critical for Indian innovators to power next generation science from India to the world. And finally, critical aspects of tech transfer capacity, without which we're not going to bridge the gap from science to markets and propel forward at the pace required. So that's the breadth of intangible and tangible ecosystem investments that have been made very strategically. And I'll move it to the rest of the panelists here to take a minute to introduce just who they are and what their funded center is as we kick off this discussion. Tulip, can we start with you?
Hello, everybody. I'm Tulip. I'm from the strategy and operations team of INTAS. So we basically head the cell and gene therapy division. And I'm responsible for setting up the CGMP manufacturing facilities, both for CAR-T and for the plasmids and the viral vector systems. And basically the grant that was given to us was a co-funded grant to set up these two facilities, and which can be now used for Indian players who are foraying into cell and gene therapy space. We have a GMP approved facility for CAR-T, which is already done. It's now ready to manufacture clinical grade CAR-T material. For the viral vector and the plasmids, we're in the process of getting the GMP approval. So that's.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Premnath. I'm the Director of Venture Center, which is an incubator in Pune, National Chemical Laboratory campus. We have been focusing on a variety of science-based startups, and of course, health remains a very important focus area. And in that, one of the emerging gaps that we see in the future is going to be around biologics and biopharma, essentially. While India is a good manufacturing hub, as far as new technologies are concerned, that is something where I think we are still lagging, and that's an area where we need to sort of catch up at some point. In that space, if you were to think of innovation ecosystems to facilitate startups and innovators, you would find that a very important gap area, I mean, there's several gap areas, but one important gap area is actually creating high quality data which can be used for biopharma dossier submissions. And that is what we decided to focus on. So under the National Biopharma Mission, the Venture Center has set up what's called the Center for Biopharma Analysis, which is a GLP compliant facility. It is located, I mean, it's essentially focusing on both structural characterization and functional analysis. It follows the the GLP norms and pathways. And at the same time, it's also, right now, today, it is being used by many companies, more than around 50 odd companies who use it, including some of the majors who have audited the facility and use some of the data that we generate, including one of them which was during COVID for one of the vaccine candidates by Serum Institute as well. So that's what we are doing. But other than that, we are also Regional Tech Transfer Office supported by NBM.
Thank you.
So my name is Purnima Sharma. I represent a company called Biotech Consortium India Limited. This is, it's a technology transfer office of the NBM BIRAC, and we're very grateful to BIRAC for this generous support. BCIL actually has been set up by the Department of Biotechnology, way back in 1990 to provide business support services for facilitation of commercialization to the startups in industry. And we've been working in various areas like consultancy, feasibility reports, and technology evaluation, etc., regulatory support, etc. But this particular, as a TTO, it's like consolidation of everything that we have been doing, and it's been a great journey, and I'll be very happy to share my experiences. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. My name is Anmol Chandele. I'm the group leader at ICGEB. I'm one of the awardees of National Biopharma Mission for their Translational Research Consortia. This was an amazingly innovative RFA that NBM had put out. I think it was one of the first type of translational research consortia, and the vision was very simple. We are doing so much really good translation, but there is a little bit of bridging gap that is there, which we require some level of fundamental work that needs to be done. This could be platforms, assays, reagents that could help, and just the research component in India and also towards the translational side. The emphasis was put on diseases that are of public health importance to India, and also where we are struggling with vaccines. So the Translational Research Consortia that has been generously supported by NBM has been for dengue, and we have multiple institutions on it, plus clinical partners. We actually have a poster, and I would strongly encourage you to go and take a look at it. There are more details there. I won't take too much time today. But one point I want to make is that coming from a basic research background, what really helped me was the mentorship NBM has been providing researchers. Otherwise, this industry research gap was the largest that we needed to bridge. And I think NBM has done a fabulous job. I've learned a lot in the past 5 years. So thank you.
Hello. Thank you, NBM, because it was a great opportunity that we got, and that's how I'm here. I'm Dr. A.C. Misra, Director of Interactive Research School for Health Affairs, that is in Bharati Vidyapeeth University, Pune. This is my second inning, because most of the people who have been talking their first innings, after 65 years in ICMR, then I moved to university, and then I had a challenge that whether I continue to do the research which I was doing or something else. So many friends in the industry, they suggested that, particularly vaccine industry, and I was virologist, so they suggested that if some gaps which they have, whether it can be filled by us. So we were also supported by industry. We started National Immunogenicity Center, which was funded by the BIRAC, and under this project we developed a very comprehensive biosafety lab, which is biosafety compliant, also GCLP compliant, and also biosafety compliant. So this is first comprehensive lab, and where we have developed many tests for dengue, chikungunya, COVID, and in fact, in 1 year, just 1 year of the award, we were awarded in 19, and in 20 March, we are ready to inaugurate biosafety, comprehensive biosafety lab, which has 4 BSL-2 and 1 BSL-3 level of facility. And that is the time when COVID outbreak came, and our whole emphasis was changed from dengue, chikungunya to COVID, and we started working for the COVID. Most of the COVID strain, we went around and we collected the viruses, we identified them, developed the test against them, and provided tests to the industries. Every industry, let it be Cadila, let it be Serum Institute, Bharat Biotech, every industry came to us for the sample testing, and we have, in over the period of 2 years, 3 years, we tested more than 40,000 samples. Providing, and our tests were accepted by drug controller, and based upon which they were approved or not approved, that was the situation. So in a short period of time, with the help of NBM, we could make a big difference. Earlier, even as a director of NIV, where I was about 12 years director, we used to send sample to Thailand or to US or to UK, and results used to come after 1.5 years or kind of thing. And here we timely, every sample which was received by us, we have never taken more than 2 months, even in busy time. So very timely we were able to give. So it was a great contribution, and that was, it is acknowledged that that was one of the contributions for the rapid coming out of the vaccine. Even Genova and all other, for us it didn't matter whether it was a mRNA vaccine, whether it was a DNA vaccine, whether it was killed vaccine. All vaccines, they needed immunogenicity testing. So we provided comprehensive testing for them. So great job for BIRAC and great job by my team, I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Mishra, and thank you so much, all the panelists. You know, what NBM has done is actually set up infrastructure, set up capability and capacity, and the translation, how translation can happen. I keep saying it's skin in the game. SK of skin is for skill and IN is for infra. So NBM has skin in the game. NBM is actually seeing how translational platforms can be set up in the country. What we heard is it need not be sent out. It can actually be done in India. I'll start with Dr. Mishra. Dr. Mishra, as a platform, how do you think others will use it going forward? Do you need any help from NBM? What other kind of things you would need?
Yeah, for most of these platforms, I have one thing. Because see, they are with a lot of enthusiasm and zeal and funding by the NBM, they have been created. But sustainability could become a problem. Because why industry, see, we could develop in a research organization such a beautiful setup. Why industry has not done? Because there is no sustainability of the business. For example, two vaccines have come, there is some business. Next year, maybe third year, there is no vaccines in trial, then business will get stopped. For me, it doesn't matter because I'm in a setup where teaching is the job and other things are job. But if somebody wants to pursue it, or we want to pursue it, we need more grants in different forms. For example, ICMR has created a very good scheme that they recognize Center of Excellences, they recognize CCs. So that kind of even DBT has to adopt that if you develop such beautiful centers, give them some recognition so that they can become permanent appendage for the DBT. And it will be asset for the DBT, and this is somehow, and this is not something new, the ICMR is already doing. And for us, it becomes very difficult. We have created whole thing with the help of NBM, DBT. Absolutely. And I go and apply to ICMR for the Center of Excellence. It doesn't suit. So that some kind of support system has to be provided for sustenance. Because if sustenance is not done, all your efforts will be waste. Thank you. Again, if something happens, you have to create another new infrastructure.
Yeah, completely understand. We will pass on this message. And Dr. Alka is here, Dr. Jitendra is here.
Anmol, I'll turn to you here. In fact, even in the vaccine panel this morning, you're talking about how what's most important to go to the next sphere of impact from what is a very strong industry base is keep building blocks of adjuvants and enablers, which is much more upstream research, which industry can't take on. I mean, we've had our malaria vaccine get off track because of adjuvant, right? And the same story repeats. So it is this, what you have as a dengue platform today. Can you envision how this can be replicated or expanded in terms of translational programs, which can create key building blocks for vaccine innovation to get powered? Can this model be expanded? Is it more of the same? Can it be replicated in other diseases? What's a way forward for widening impact of vaccine translational investment platforms?
Thank you. Pushpa, it's a very nice question. It's amazing. There's so much that you distilled in a lovely question like this. Let me just take it in bite-sized pieces so I appropriately answer what you're asking. So the first thing is that, we have a very simplified version of a vaccine that I'll find an immunogen and I'll go ahead and, something will come out of it. What we forget are those building blocks, as you called them, right? The kind of translational research consortia that NBM funded was with the precise idea that you said. It need not be recycled again that, okay, today we did it for dengue and now tomorrow we'll do exactly the same thing for yet another disease like Nipah or whatever. It was like what we develop here can be pivoted oh so slightly that now that lag time that would be required for another vaccine, for example, will not be here. So I'll give you some specific examples so that the audience understands what I'm talking about. So in our dengue translational research consortia, one gap was, for example, there are dengue vaccines right now. They are under clinical trials, and I'm sure some companies are represented here. But the vaccine candidate itself are reference strains all the way from the 70s. So when those vaccines get evaluated, how do we know that if I was a person who got that vaccine, will I be protected to what's circulating today? From COVID, we've understood there's viral evolution. So the Translational Research Consortia came up with a biorepository. THSTI has this biorepository now. These are whole genome sequenced, low passage viruses that are publicly available. It's on NBM website. It's not just for industry, it's also for researchers. All they have to do is apply for it and get a vial of it. So that's example one. Example two is, and virologists would understand and appreciate this, that if you have one virus and 100 antibodies, my IC50 is different. I have 1 million virus and 100 antibodies, my IC50 is different. There's no harmonized protocol for vaccine testing and evaluation. The TRC put that in place. So and so there are little things like this, small animal models. They have already been pivoted to drug discovery, and DNDi has taken it forward. So the Translational Research Consortia, everything we did has now, through NBM and their support, is now facilitating something else. Same goes for making human monoclonals that we did at ICGEB. We made them for dengue, and we are moving forward with it, again with BIRAC NBM support, but we did it for COVID. Those are being translated further. So does that answer your question more
No,
or less?
absolutely. So
Yeah.
you're saying there is
Thank
a
you.
platform strength which has wide applications. So what is created is a platform with potential to support future vaccines, future monoclonals, but also across a continuum of activity within that development process.
Exactly.
Excellent. Thank you. That's powerful. I'll pivot here to Premnath. And probably Tulip, Panat, I'll come to you with a very similar question, but really on the pipeline, right? I mean, you're trying to serve biomolecules from India, advancing towards regulatory, for dossier development for regulatory approval. Are you seeing the pipeline in terms of use of the facility today? What kind of solutioning in terms of catalytic interventions do we need moving forward to rapidly expand the pipeline of biopharmaceuticals that could use a platform like this? How do we make sure this platform's value really powers? What are the other catalytic interventions needed to realize that wider potential?
Yep. So, Pushpa, the one thing to keep in mind is that when the government helps create certain facilities like this, it is, especially in the innovation space, it is meant to look into the future, right? It is meant to, imagine a future and create it rather than wait for it to happen and then react, right? So many of these things, I think as people working in the innovation ecosystem space, we have to look at it that way and build it, assuming that we will have a role to play in that space. Clearly, we are behind in many ways in certain domains, like in biologics, or if you talk about cell and gene therapy and so on and so forth, we will have some catching up to do, right? But, so I'm not expecting that there will be a whole flood of candidates, lining up. Also, for example, in biosimilars, even large companies in India can handle only 1 or 2 large projects at any given time, right? The investments involved are that large, and they probably don't want to take that kind of risk. So, but that said, we know that it is an important gap area, right? In the sense, today, we are the lowest cost destination for therapeutics, small molecule therapeutics in the world, right? Thanks to all the effort that went in from the 1960s, 70s, 80s, and so on, our whole generic pharma industry came up. But when it comes to biologicals, when it comes to gene therapy, cell and gene therapy, we are sitting on, a potential large difficulty, right? And the cost of therapy is likely to be very high. So we are trying to fill up those gaps. So these kind of facilities are meant to do that, and in our case, we are specifically looking at biologicals right now, and we are trying to fill up those gaps, and we are also hopeful that startups, especially startups, if you enable them, they will reach out. The interesting thing about startups is that the ambition is related to, it's very much limited and related to the ecosystem you place in front of them, right? If there is an ambitious startup and if they see a very limited ecosystem, they may reach out to another ecosystem which is a little more ambitious, right?
Premnath, on that note, I'll
Yeah.
switch to Tulip.
Yeah, sure.
Because what he is building is for the next generation startups. What do you see and what all help do you think is needed so that you build the capacity in India? We may not have more than a dozen startups or companies working on cell and gene therapy.
Absolutely, and I think the elements remain the same that has been spoken by Premnath. When biologics is the future, cell and gene therapy is really far out in the future. And the kind of facility that we have built is going to cater to substantial amount of companies, both early and late stage in their product development. What is important is, one, there should be enough funding to pump the startup scenario. That's where I think companies or venture center kind of organizations come into play. But another thing is also opening up the regulatory landscape so that companies from outside India can come in and take these kind of services, because it's pretty gray right now in the cell and gene therapy space to exploit these kind of infrastructure. I understand this is a government of India funded infrastructure, but it will not be sustainable if they are not utilized completely. Right? So there's a lot of dependency on the emerging markets to get this facility optimally utilized.
And it's also important to use those opportunities to work with outside the world to enhance our own capabilities, right? Living in isolation doesn't cut it.
And here is a question for Purnima. Since we are talking of tech, we are talking of the outside world, is it technologies coming from outside that you want to harness, technologies going out, what kind of tech transfer? And do you want to add anything for Purnima's, because she'll be the last speaker now?
Sure, Dipanwita, and I think just Dr. Purnima, if you can, you're not new to tech transfer. You're one of the leaders in the country in that space. How is this effort in terms of NBM investment different, and what's the likelihood of impact given this intensity of investment?
Both
Thank you.
inward and outward.
Yeah. So, we have been to, transferring technologies for almost the last 2 decades. But then this was based on, whatever we knew. But once, the NBM BIRAC, they made us the TTO, it was looking at it from a 360 degrees angle. First is infrastructure building, capacity building, helping in mentoring, not only nationally. In fact, I have to thank Sadhguru Pushpa and Dr. Vijay Raghavan for that, but also international experts. So the kind of capacity building which has happened now since the time we became a TTO under the NBM BIRAC, I think it's huge. And that has, in fact, that is again from the futuristic viewpoint, because as was mentioned in the morning session also, if we have to really build up a pipeline of innovative technology for meeting the expectation, the capacity building has to happen not only within the TTOs, it has to be across the institutions. And for that, we are like, centers, and we go out and help build capacities among all the research institutions. So this has really, in the short span itself, we can see the kind of impact it has had in terms of bringing out the technologies. And this is not because only the TTOs have been useful, it is because the scientists, innovators themselves have now capacity. They are very clear on, where they have to draw a line, to what extent they, how to protect their IPs and things like that. So as far as we are concerned, I can say that within the last 2.5 years itself, there are more than 15 technologies which were transferred, and good ones, challenging technologies. So I think what I can say is that looking at the success of the NBM TTOs, a lot of other government departments, they have also started, the TTO culture, which itself underscores the importance of the NBM having set up the TTOs. So I think does it, I don't know whether I'm able to address this. The idea is not just to bring in outside technologies, because we as TTOs are helping a lot of international companies also who want to come and bring their technologies here. But more importantly is to help our indigenous technologies to come out and see the light of the day. So that is the main focus. But nevertheless, as was mentioned, that partnerships are important. to make this happen. So we are very open to facilitating partnerships.
Thank you, Purnima. Since we have not heard from the Minister's office, so one more question, and this is a general question from my side, and then one more general question from Pushpa's side. So, NBM, one is impact, but to make the desired impact, are there any challenges that you're facing today which the NBM group and DBT at large can actually solve so that you are successful in the next 3 years?
Since morning we have seen many presentations. I think I am only presenter from university. So perhaps there is a need for NBM and
Dr. Akhilesh, a little closer.
so there is a perhaps need for DBT and BIRAC to think that such a huge infrastructure of universities, how they can be also roped in. Because early morning some speaker said that unless such a huge manpower which is lying in the university system, if they are not roped, your research will remain, have its own limitation. So I believe that there should be something should be done. And it's a wonderful work NBM has done. Again, I will request now Secretary, DBT Secretary is also here, that there should be, there is again, I will emphasize, there is a need of maintaining those units. You are creating beautiful units, but they have to be maintained as center of excellences or as a center of, as ICMR is doing. Otherwise, 3-4 years, they will proliferate, they will do a wonderful job, and those infrastructures will collapse. And if they are sustained, they will be national asset.
I think NBM is already doing a fabulous job. When they started, at least my experience is only 5 years ago, so it doesn't talk for much. But it's a difficult process. You know, we are talking about industry and research. Typically, people like me sit in our labs and we do what we do. And, you know, we do that for a lifetime, and then industry does what they do. NBM has the task of making us both talk to each other. The fact that they are succeeding, and as much they are succeeding, has been incredible. I think one of the things is there has to be a little bit of trust. So the industry should also understand that if something has come out of a basic research lab, I think the mindset is that I will take yet another 5 years to get back to them. Right? So if that mindset changes, that we are faster and we are quicker and we can deliver in time, it would come with just crosstalk, which I think they are doing great to put it together.
So, yes, so, you know, challenges there, but they are not those unsurmountable kind of challenges. It is same, the trust factor, and that happens with time. So I think that is something which is being addressed. Over the time that will help. So, you know, just to make it more clear, with some institutions, you know, it becomes very easy. That is, you know, so, and it's like, you know, a cycle, and once we are able to transfer to few technologies, and there are more and more of them coming. But in some cases, maybe some resistance is there, and once those resistance are broken, then automatically, you know, sky is the limit. So I think it's just a matter of trust. Other things are, can be managed.
I just want to take up two things which I just want to mention. So first of all, I think the BIRAC experiment itself and the National Biopharma Mission experiment itself are both very important ones. BIRAC has shown that, you know, that continuum in the innovation ecosystem, especially the funding side of it and then the facility side of it and so on, is very critical to building, you know, a pipeline, creating results in innovation and entrepreneurship. So it's, and that same lesson, I think we need to carry over and deepen in the biopharma space as well. See, it's quite clear that we have a fairly good chance of being a strong player in the biopharma space. We are strong in manufacturing. We could be strong in innovation as well, right? Now, if we want to do that, there are two things I think we should just, you know, there's no shortcuts to that. One is that there needs to be pipeline of ideas. And innovation is a portfolio activity. You cannot predict winners upfront, right? It's very difficult to predict winners. So you can't bet on the right horses. You have to create many, many horses and let them run the race, right? So that basically means that the early stage financing is an important part of any such activity. And the second is ecosystems, if we want to capture a large part of the value chain in biopharma, we need to also have a continuous ecosystem which covers a lot of ground, right? That it cannot be very patchy. It cannot be just upfront and later, then you will lose those to other ecosystems around the world. So that is what National Biopharma Mission is trying to do in many ways. I think we can scale it up. We need to support the mission a little bit more and make it happen in a bigger way.
Tulip?
No, I totally agree. Just to add to that, it's again an extension of biologics because most of the cell and gene therapy work, and I'm restricting myself only to cell and gene therapy work right now, has come out of the understanding of the pharma regulations and the biosimilars regulations. And now what is being done in CGT space is mostly a patchwork of guidelines and requirements from all across the globe, which at times is losing sanity in the Indian scenario. And that is something that has to be addressed because all the funding and everything aside, if there is a significant delay from the regulatory bodies to get this approved, then we'll have significant delay in implementing these changes that we want to bring or bringing up these infrastructures to the scale that we want to bring it up to, right? So NBM and BIRAC initiative one side, there is a whole Government of India regulatory requirement that has to be addressed, and that is a continuous improvement. Pushpa and I have addressed this multiple times in other forums also, but that needs addressing.
Thank you. I think that's a comprehensive overview. We'll pivot to the closure here. I just want to, I think, round up some of the points made. Dr. Premnath initially framed that these are long-term oriented investments. We are creating opportunities and creating an ecosystem, laying down the path, and thus it's important that we see this will evolve. I think one element that clearly comes through is that there's so much potential at a platform level. The products have been a near-term impact, but there is a long-term opportunity here at a platform level to transform what is possible in terms of future products. The other aspect that seems quite clear is the opportunity to co-create value amongst the platforms, right? If we have to strengthen cell and gene, we need regulatory, we need pipeline, but we also need licensing and partnerships to be forged. So in some ways, a cross-pollination within these platforms, as we hear these panelists talk, is again a power waiting to be unleashed, in terms of future potential. So glad to round up this panel with this highlighting of what these catalytic interventions have been. Very structured, very strategic, but bridges such critical capacity areas, powering what we can do ahead, and so much opportunity to co-create potential pipeline together.
That is important, collaborate and co-create. We look forward to the next version of NBM program so that whatever bridges, including the regulatory piece, is addressed well. With that, thank the panel. Thank you so much. We wish we could just continue, but we have to close here. Thank you.
I thank all the moderators and panelists for an enlightening ecosystem session. I now request Dipanvita ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Purnima and Dr. Anmol. Dr. Thank you all. I now again request Dipanvita ma'am to kindly felicitate Dr. Premnath. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Premnath. I now request Ms. Pushpa to kindly felicitate Dr. Tulip and Dr. Akhilesh. Thank you, Pushpa, Dr. Akhilesh, and Dr. Tulip. I now request Secretary DBT, Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, to kindly felicitate Dr. Dipanvita. Yeah, so one more. Again, sir. Yeah. I again request, sir, to kindly felicitate Ms. Pushpa. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Pushpa. A quick group photo with all the panelists. Yes. Thank you all again for your gracious presence. Kindly be seated. We are waiting for our honorable chief guest to arrive. All three of them I have to invite?
No, you invite one by one. Okay. We'll say Atmanirbhar Bharat.
We are now moving on to our next session, Atmanirbhar Bharat Success Stories. Our first presenter is Dr. Jatin Vimal from Levin Biotech. He'll be showcasing the success story in the form of short video.
Yeah, so a very good afternoon to everybody. So I'm Jatin Vimal. I'm the Managing Director of Levin Biotech Private Limited. And we've been one of the fortunate grantees of NBM grant. And through that, we were successful in developing the first anti-diabetic biosimilar peptide in India, which was developed and now being manufactured, commercialized in India right now. So we have a video and a presentation which is going to be coming up soon. So we'll just wait for that to come up. Okay, great. Yeah, so the product is essentially on the screen right now, and we are very thankful for the NBM team to support this project. So the whole clinical development of this product was supported by the NBM team. Next slide, please. Yeah, a very quick introduction, Levim. So we started off as a spin-off from another big pharma company, but then we've been kind of in incubator mode for a good long time, for about 9 years now. Incubator, what I mean is that we've been working out of a incubator park in Chennai called Tysel Biopark, but we've grown from a team of just about 30 people to about 90 people just because of the pipeline of products that we've developed and now got into the market. And now we are coming up with another green site. So we are very soon going to have 2 manufacturing locations operating. Next slide, please. So Levim essentially stands for creating value, and that is through providing affordable solutions and for unmet healthcare needs. And so we have 6 pillars of focus areas. This may sound very generic, but in our case, we have specific goals and action items under each of these areas internally for our teams. Next slide. Yeah, we can switch slides. Next slide. So we are also very active in the innovation space, and we have patents and publications which go on year to year. So 2 of these patents that we had innovations, we essentially were supported by BIRAC, and one of them, of course, was done, actually both of them were done before BIRAC came in, but to have the proof of concept established and to scale up these technologies, BIRAC was pretty instrumental in doing that. And so we've been recipient of, in fact, of 4 NBM grants, out of which 3 have been successfully closed to date. Next slide, please. Okay, forward, sure. Yeah, so the product liraglutide, which got launched last year in 2023, also managed to get some decent press coverage because it is one of a complex anti-diabetic molecules and a very high impacting molecule also because it has effects both on diabetes or glycemic control, on weight loss, as well as the cardiovascular benefits. So there are a lot of positives to this molecule. The only issue was the market penetration was pretty low. One is, of course, the pricing, the affordability. Other one was because it's an injectable drug, a normal aversion of patients to go that way. So this was just a glimpse of this was press coverage, internationally and as well as national channels. So we had a big journey to bring this molecule to market. It's about a good 7-year journey, of course, interrupted a bit by COVID. But you can see the various phases that we went through, both from the basic lab work to take it to preclinical, clinical trials, and then get to the market. So this is just an innovation that we've done. So this particular peptide is essentially a biological entity which is also having a chemical conjugation step. So this is essentially the element where we had done the innovation and which makes the process very facile, scalable with low impurities. Another important aspect that we had to look into and important for any upcoming technology is to look into the IP landscape. And in this case, we had to look into the IP landscape of the drug product, the drug substance, which is the API, as well as the pen device, because this is ultimately to be self-administered by the patient. So there was a whole IP landscape that we had to scout and make sure that we are free from any issues. Again, a lot of characterization work that goes into any biological drug. And for peptides, there is added complexity. And of course, you need to do the 2D, 3D conformation as well as the bioassay. Some of it was outsourced to labs outside India, but I would say that much of the support was the infrastructure, either universities as well as labs, independent labs working in India, which was quite helpful to us. So this is the results for our phase 1 study, and which was a single dose and a multi-dose. In fact, we were asked to do both for our drug compared to the innovator drug. And we did it in 24 healthy volunteers in a crossover model. So the graph essentially shows the absorption pattern of the drug. So one then uses statistical ways to compare whether there's a difference in the drugs. So in our case, it proved to be equivalent in the single dose as well as the multi-dose study. Then there was a pivotal trial, which is the phase 3 clinical trial in type 2 diabetes patient. And these are the results which again have been published. So it's a 24-week treatment which we did for the patients. Half of them, about 128 patients in our arm and 128 patients in the innovator's arm.
And we were trying to see if at least 97.5% of the patients respond in the same way without much difference. You know, the margin of difference is only 0.4% for HbA1c. And we could, in the gray table that you see, we could demonstrate all these parameters, comparability in terms of HbA1c, weight loss, and the cardiovascular parameters, and the adverse events, of course. We're trying to also see the safety and immunogenicity effects of the molecule. So after all this, we could actually get the approval through regulators in India. So this is actually the product. We've launched through another partnering company for marketing the drug in India. And the website is up already. And again, the packaging was another big thing that we had to develop. In fact, another important thing is a pen device is also indigenous. It's not imported. Compared to most of the insulin pens that you will see in the market, most of them are imported. Of course, Chinese brands have the majority presence. But this, we have co-developed with the Indian partner, given our requirements, specifications, and all the testing was done by us. So this is there in the market now. Just a quick short video on the importance of BIRAC funding.
While we had the skills and intent, the support and the validation from BIRAC was instrumental. For the last 5 years, BIRAC has supported us not only with the funds, but also with scientific mentorship. From the healthcare perspective, this will translate into significant reduction in the drug cost for the patients.
And one of the testimonials from a diabetologist.
India is already the diabetes capital of the world, and every doctor's aim is to make India the diabetes care capital of the world. For this, we need robust molecules. Liraglutide is one such molecule which effectively brings down the blood sugar level without causing hypoglycemia, and it gives good amount of weight loss as well as confers cardio protection as well as renal protection. Because of the high price of this molecule, we are not able to prescribe this molecule to more number of patients. But now, with the availability of Levim's biosimilar liraglutide, which will be available at a much lower price, I think more number of patients will be able to get this benefit out of this molecule. And India requires more of this kind of molecule to make India the diabetes care capital of the world.
So eventually, that video was in fact taken just before launch. And I'm sorry, I just need to go back one slide. Okay, that's not there. So eventually, we were able to launch the product at 60% of the innovator's price. So which was selling at 5,000 odd rupees in India. We were able to launch the product at 2,000 rupees in India, which is a big benefit to patients. And not only that, within the first 12 weeks of our launch, when we look at the prescription numbers, we could actually cross the innovators' prescription numbers. On a weekly basis, the monitoring was being done by a partner. And so far, since our launch in December 2023, there have been more than 5,000 prescriptions written in India for this product. So hopefully, we justify the investments done by NBM to deliver this to the patients and make sure that the healthcare benefits are fully derived from this product. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jatin, for sharing your interesting success story of biosimilar liraglutide. I would now request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, to kindly felicitate Mr. Jatin. Jatin. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Jatin. So moving on for the next transformative innovation, I would now request Dr. Ravindra Patel from OmniBRS Technologies Private Limited for his success story on the next generation biomanufacturing equipment. Dr. Ravindra Patel, please.
Good afternoon, all. I'm Ravindra Patel. I'm a founder and chief technology officer here at OmniBRX Biotechnologies Private Limited. OmniBRX Biotechnologies is called the bioprocess engineering company, and we design, we develop, and we manufacture single-use bioprocessing technologies, mainly single-use bioreactor platforms for manufacturing of vaccines, manufacturing of viral vectors, manufacturing of biologics like biosimilars and all. So, and we have several patents registered, like granted, all across the globe. And we have a manufacturing facility in Changodar area of Ahmedabad, Gujarat. We have a R&D center at the same city in Ahmedabad. We have an active sales office in US as well. So we started our overseas operation last year. And we have received huge traction for our technology for vaccine manufacturing and viral vector production in overseas as well. And distribution network is also now getting established for the APAC region. So we are expanding our horizons. What kind of product portfolio we have? So the bioreactor platforms, if you see, right? There are adherent cells. We make mammalian cell culture bioreactor platform as of now, no microbial stuff. But mammalian cells, if you see, classify in a two segregate. Then adherent cells like Vero, MRC5, HEK. So these kind of cells can be grown in the CellBRX platform, which is against a very unique kind of technology we call the dynamic bed reactor systems, and that's the world's largest bioreactor platform as of now, which is being recognized worldwide for vaccines and viral vector manufacturing. And then for suspension cell cultures like CHO and other suspended cells, we have a mini BRX and stir BRX product lines. Like mini BRX is a high throughput small scale bioreactors of 250 ml, and 16 parallel reactors can be controlled. So people can produce a lot of data, they can do process development, process optimization work at a small scale quickly. And then stir BRX is the single-use bioreactors for a larger scale with the integrated perfusion and all. So both the product like Cell BRX and Mini BRX, they are all supported very well from the very base inception from the NBM. And we started our journey with BIG, and we validated a 5-liter prototype with BIG grant funding. And then we applied for NBM, we received 50-liter scale production of Cell BRX bioreactor systems from them, and then Mini BRX has also been supported by NBM project. So those who are working on adherent cell lines, they will be aware, scaling up the adherent cell cultures for making vaccines or viral vectors, it's really a tedious and laborious job, right? So many trypsination steps are involved. There are no scale-up bioreactor systems are available. So if you see the available devices like roller bottles and cell factories, they are very classical kind of 2D culture devices, very fine at the small scale, but they'll not be feasible for commercial scale operation because it's very manual kind of process operation. No process control is available in these kind of devices. There are other bioreactor systems, so we are not the only one who provide adherent cell culture bioreactors, like pack beds, fixed bed, and microcarrier based bioreactors are there in the market from last 20-30 years. But yes, because of that technology, because of the inherent design problem of the packed beds and fixed bed reactors, they are still lacking the scalability, like the scale which the industry needs, these technologies cannot offer. That is the reason we invented a dynamic bed reactor technology, which is now called the Cell BRX bioreactors. The 200-liter reactor is the world's largest, and why we claim, how it becomes the scalable, it's because the design which we have, there are a number of discs which are loaded on a shaft, and then there are 6 shafts, 3 shafts on one plane, the third shaft, 3 shafts on the second plane, and these discs are rotated all the time. So they are the cells which are grown on the disc in a 3D culture. They are always in a dynamic motion, and the entire matrix of the cells on the disc, it is surrounded by a rotating curved vents. So these is a very highly mixed. Mass transfer is also not limited, so the cells keep on growing in a higher density, and they can eventually produce more vaccines or more products. So that's the design element which gives the scalability. And we just do not produce large scale reactors. We have R&D scale reactors like 1 liter scale reactor, and then 5 liter and 10 liter reactors for the process development, scalability, pilot scale production. And then 50 and 200 are the large scale bioreactors for commercial manufacturing, where 200 liter reactor of 1,500 meter square surface area has approximately it's equal to 2,400 cell factories, 10 layer cell factories. It's a huge surface area which is accommodated in a 200 liter vessel, right? Okay, now the automation, integration, everything we have seen we have heard the importance of all this automation and integration in the Dr. Sanjay Singh's when he explained, right? They integrated their bioreactor and automated the process. It's very important for any biomanufacturing kind of stuff. So what we scalable bioreactors, when we supplied to or when we brought to a market, the market always demanded like, okay, this reactor technology at the large scale is great, but what to be done, like how we can inoculate these bioreactor. For the bioreactor inoculation itself, it needs a lot of cells, like 75,000 million cells is required for 50 liter scale reactor, or 4 lakh million cells will be required for 200 liter reactor systems. How to generate that, right? People still need to use cell factories and roller bottles. And again, the trypsinations, nobody wants to do trypsination for adherent cell culture. And that's the reason we reinvented our own technology, and we brought the world's first integrated, automated, and closed loop manufacturing system, which is called the CellBRX IST platform. What it does is the entire manufacturing from 1 liter to 50 liter or 200 liter scale bioreactor, it's fully automated. So there is one recipe which will control the series of bioreactors from 1 liter to 5 liter to 10 liter to 50 liter and 200 liter. And that becomes the integrated and automated way of manufacturing of vaccines and viral vectors in a closed loop. And that's the first product in the market globally. Nobody has ever brought these kind of technologies. And because of the IST platform, I think the consumable cost of the process, vaccine manufacturing process, can be reduced by 54%, almost like 50%. The facility footprint, because it's an automated platform, very compact kind of designs of the product, it reduces the clean room space by 85%. Completely automated recipe-based processes, so that the manpower requirement is also very less. CapEx is 47% down compared to incubators and other reactor systems. And the failure risk, because it's an integrated platform, so failure risks are 78% down compared to the open cell factory processes, right? It's not just like CellBRX, MiniBRX, and StirBRX. We are also working on some great technologies which is very much required in the market, like the CAR-T therapy development platforms, which we are working on. We are working on the microbial culture platforms as well. We are also inventing a new kind of bioreactor platforms for suspension cell cultures at the larger scale with the integrated perfusion devices with our patents. And we are also having some developments in the meat culture space as well. Here are some achievements, like we have launched the world's first IST platform. We have the largest bioreactor platforms for viral vectors and vaccine manufacturing. We have installed almost 90 bioreactor systems across the globe and supplied to world's largest vaccine manufacturers till date. So as I already mentioned, we started our journey with BIG grant, and then we had 2 NBM grants. We are also supported by a SEED-B TIFEC for some funding. And then we have several international grants all running. In fact, the BIRAC, by the way of Venture Center, Pune, they are also our equity partners. So they are investor on our board. And then last year we also raised some Series A fund to grow and to expand our horizon. Yeah, so thank you for being with us, and thank you NBM and Barak for continuous support and trusting us. This is a team, and as I mentioned, we are actively growing. We are a team of 75 people now, and I see a lot of students there. So we will be expanding our team to 100, more than 100 in the next 1 year of time. And if you guys are having a zeal or having a specific interest on bioprocessing technologies and you want to do something great, please join us, connect with us, and come and celebrate the new era of limitless bioprocessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patel, and we wish you success to take your innovations forward to the industry. And I would now request Dr. Alka Sharma, Scientist H, Department of Biotechnology, to kindly come on the dais and felicitate Dr. Patel. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Patel. We move on to the next success story. The next is High Media Laboratories Private Limited, which is taking India towards self-reliance in media manufacturing. I would invite Dr. Girish Mahajan from High Media Laboratories, please. Dr. Girish Mahajan.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. And first of all, thank you very much NBM Barak for giving me this forum to express what NBM has done for high media. Next slide please. Okay, before I take to what NBM and how high media as NBM worked, I would like to show you our new facility, headquarter at Thane. It's called C40 in Mumbai. Next slide please. So these are some other facilities in Maharashtra, like high media manufacturing facility at Nasik and Dindori protein hydrolysate manufacturing plant and R&D facility there. Next slide please. So these are the 7 verticals of high media currently. Like one is the microbiology, cell biology, plant tissue culture, molecular biology, hydroponics, soilless farming, chemicals and biochemicals, and of course consumables and advanced equipments. Next slide please. So currently, if you go at a global glance of the high media, so we supply to more than 150 countries, 8 international granted patents amongst top 8 cell culture companies globally, 2,000 plus powder media manufacturers per year, awarded many national and international high valued grants to support R&D and production scale research, and 120,000 plus citations on Google Scholar. You put high media, you will get huge number of our fellow scientists and professionals who are using our products. Now coming to our capabilities in terms of media manufacture. Next slide please. Now in Hindi there is one, I think all of you know Hindi, okay? So it said that जादूगर का जान तोते में है. Have you heard of this phrase anytime? The crux of magician lies in the parrot. In the same way, the magic of success in self-reliance, like everybody talks self-reliance, of course. especially in media, I would say, I'm talking here, the self-reliance lies in the scale of production, and secondly, focus on the raw material. Now, why China is successful? All of you have been listening from this since morning. The major success is because of the huge range of production. Means when I visited China a couple of times, like one, a lady was with me, he was the translator. I just asked while during lunchtime. She said that my father is a, repairer of the watch. I thought he must be having some small shop. And then she said, how big? So she said it's a 10-story building, which is repairing the shop. Now, this is the scale, and this is just an example I gave you. Next slide, please. So, high media as such, we are top 3 amongst the global powdered media manufacturers, and 30,000 more than SKUs are there. 60 tons per day we produce different kinds of media. Next slide, please. And of course, this year is the Golden Jubilee year of high media. We are celebrating that. So, our strengths in the media production is advanced technology like cryogenic milling without affecting any of the nutritional part of the media. That's why we use cryogenic technology. Automated filling lines, end-to-end traceability, IoT, in-house developed and controlled setups, powder media 10,000 kg per batch, liquid media 2,000 liter per batch, and we have a capacity of 60 tons per day, including 3 shifts. Increase up to 100 tons per day in the next 1 or 2 years. Now, why we are gearing up so much? Because as I told you in the first slide, the need to beat the Chinese suppliers is only by scale-up. Though currently I am not using the full capacity of 60 tons, it is strategic way for the future. Customization flexibility, customized formulation, customized packing, and bulk packing capacity, powdered media in drums, liquid media in bags. Next slide, please. Powdered media capacity up to 10,000 kg lots are available. Liquid media 1 ml to 2,000 ml per batch we can provide. Next slide, please. Now, R&D system, which is a proper systematic approach for overall any project. Cell line banking is available. Media development is now become our core area. Since 50 years, media development we are doing. Feed development, process validation by QBD, media and feed blending, design of and automated platforms. Next slide, please. So usually for any fermentation projects, how we proceed stepwise. The first step is the high throughput screening through the small tube reactor up to 10 to 15 ml, accuracy by atomization, and then we go to the flask up to 50 to 100 ml. Then we have a reactor like up to you can say 800 ml to 1.5 liter, which are coherent reactors. Like simultaneously we can control all the parameters in the 4 reactors. Then we go for 10 liter, 5 or 10 liters. Then finally, currently in our lab setup for cell biology, we have 50 liter scale per setup plus perfusion also. Next slide, please. So capabilities of R&D, QC, and upstream processing. So in R&D, we have kind of different high advanced equipment like citation 5 cell imaging, multimode reader 4 in numbers, fluorescence microscopes, Paratech flow cytometer, fax, 3 laser and 8 parameter, rate control freezer, DOE software. In the upstream processing, we have more than 20 shaker incubators, liquid handling systems from Beckman and Biomec FXP 200, liquid handling system Biomec Coulter, Biomec 4000, and upstream processing bioreactors, append of Daschip 1.5 liter, 20 in numbers, bioengineering 8 bioreactors, append of Bioflow 334 in numbers, Sartorius 2 numbers, pilot scale 50 liter tool, and Repligen system, Excel, ATF for perfusion. Now, if I look back 10 years, how we have progressed. In 2011, we were working with primary cell, stem cell, and media. And in 2017, multi-compendial grade chemicals for pharma and biopharma and vaccine industry. So 2017, we applied for the first BIRAC BIPP grant. We got it funded by BIRAC BIPP for development of the chemically defined serum-free media. In 2018, media development for biopharma laboratory for upstream, and that is where NBM BIRAC BIPP helped us. STEM-in-1 and cell-in-1 serum-free media and vaccine biopharma industry by 2019. And 2020, COVID-safe, ELISAFE, virus inactivation medium, and ELISA kits. During COVID, in later part of the COVID, we had applied for NBM, and we got the NBM grant there. And by 2021, we developed IVF media, HKA serum-free media. By 2022, new Sera 3D cell culture. And 23, we launched CHO-in-1 at GBI. Again, this with the help of BIRAC. So as such, many of us know globally the cell culture, sorry, it is going ahead. There is some confusion with, sorry for that. How to make behind? थोड़ा back करो पहले slide. Go back, the earlier slide. No, not earlier. और पीछे. Next. Earlier, sorry. Again. Okay. So global cell culture media market size reached up to 6.13 billion in 2023 and is expected to attain around 18.50 billion by 2030, growing at a rate of 11.65. So the first BIPP project, which was granted to us, was about the manufacture of the clone-specific serum-free media and protein-free, chemically defined serum-free media, which was developed mainly for clones of Herceptin and Avastatin. And also, at that time, we won the BIRAC Innovator Award. This is the team at that time. And this we put on catalog. And in the last year in GBI, we launched this particular media. And also for this, we are paying the royalty as per the agreement with the BIRAC. Followed by that, we got NBM grant, and NBM grant was basically to build up the facility for manufacture of the this CDSFM media. So this is the facility from Nasik. You can see the picture there. So we have developed a CGMP facility for manufacture of cell biology media. So this is a closer look of it. Integrated by IoT and data analytics. Major support in building is this facilities by NBM. And in the downstream, as such, advanced analytical, along with this NBM only, we have NOAA Bioprofile Flex 2, Biochemical Analyzer, BioRad, GelDoc, BioRad, NGC Chromatography System, ACTA, SYChem Amino Acid Analyzer, Shimadzu HPLC, and Shimadzu Nexel HPLCs, Shimadzu ICPMS are there, Agilent Capillary Electrophoresis System, Orbitrap, Lumos HRMS. Yeah. And this all facilities through NBM. And finally, this month we are concluding the project. And recently, NBM expert visited. So this video will tell you everything, how the facilities, just a 30-second video. So this is a mixer of the media up to 200 kg. And recently, this one more NBM grant is on the way, which is a follow-on grant. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. And we really look forward to people using high media, shifting to high media for cell culture. Thank you. I would now request Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, Mission Director, Grand Challenges India, to please come on the stage to felicitate Dr. Mahajan. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mahajan. So we move on to the next success story, which is CAR-T therapy, New Possibilities and Hurdles by Dr. Gaurav Narula. We heard him in the afternoon during the panel discussion, so he will be now elaborating on that interesting story on CAR-T therapy. Dr. Narula.
Thank you once again for this opportunity to tell the story which was NBM has played a huge role in. I am Dr. Gaurav Narula from Tata Memorial Hospital. Right. Yeah, thank you. So these are my disclosures. I am on the Scientific Advisory Board of ImmunoAct, which is a company which now markets the therapy that we developed. For us, the story began really with this mail in 2012 from a close friend of mine when I had just recently left after 25 years in the Navy and joined Tata Memorial Hospital. And he sent this mail which led to this article which was on the cover of New York Times about this girl called Emily Whitehead, who was at the end of the line because of her B-cell leukemia, which was not responding to any kind of therapy. And she received this new therapy called CAR-T cell therapy, in which her own cells were genetically modified to identify and tackle her cancer, and she became miraculously cured. This was, I remember talking to my friend at that time, and he said, Gaurav, this is science fiction. And this really provided what I thought was an inspiration to dream. With this success story came an exponential rise in clinical trials. Of course, the clinical trials for the therapy which was used for Emily, which was developed in the University of Pennsylvania, was taken up by Novartis and rapidly brought into clinical trial. But across the world, the interest began. And by 2018 itself, China had overtaken the US in the number of clinical trials going on around the world. In 2024, it's estimated that probably more than 4,000 clinical trials are going on in the cell and gene therapy space in the world. But then the approvals also started coming. The one which was used to treat Emily Whitehead was finally approved in 2017, and that was given to Novartis. And then there was a rapid spate of approvals after that. But along with that came the price tags, which were close to $500,000 per product. In India, we were facing a different level of challenge completely. In 2015, this was the status. This is a chart on the left, which shows you that acute lymphoblastic leukemia in childhood is actually a very highly curable disease. With each passing decade in America, the outcome has improved from 10% in the 60s and 70s to nearly 95 to 98% in the 2010s. And mind you, this is in the pre-CAR-T era. Whereas in India and many developing countries like ours, we are stuck in the 70 to 75% range for the last 20 years or so, and we are still about 3 to 4 decades behind what the West had achieved. And though there are improvements in this in the recent times, when it comes to relapsed refractory disease, we are not able to give them the cure that they need, even though we all are very experienced transplant centers. And our worry at that time in TMC, my worry was that even if we triple our transplant capacity, we'll never match this gap. We didn't need something to bridge the gap from 98% to 100% as in the West. We needed to make a quantum jump from 70%, 80% to 90 to 95% outcomes. So with this, I was lucky and fortunate to come across Dr. Rahul Purwar, who was in IIT Bombay, and he was already working on some designs of CAR-T. and we met and we were able to agree, and we planned and conceived this whole thing. Most of the preclinical work was done in Dr. Rahul Purwar's lab in IIT Bombay. We did the translational work together and went through the regulatory process and started the clinical trials in Tata Memorial Hospital. We were mentored in this effort by National Cancer Institute investigators who were knowledge partners to us. We didn't receive any funding from them, nor did we receive any materials from them, but they did allow, we could visit them and they visited us and we could pick their brains for any problems only that we needed. Rahul Purwal established ImmunoAct as a startup from, first of all, in the incubator in IIT Bombay, and now it's an independent startup. So this is from beginning to end a made in India product, and there is nothing external about it at all. This shows the timelines that we went through, and initial days were difficult. In May 2015, Dr. Rahul and I met and we established this formal collaboration. Then we reached out also to Terry Fry. It was from February to August. Then we went through the stages. We had very few initial grants, but then in June 2017, Tata Trust gave us some 3.5 crores, which really got our work going. But it was only when finally we got first major grant from National Biopharma Mission in about 2020. It was approved. By that time that we were already almost ready to start our first phase clinical trial. That really made things, accelerated after that. By June 21, we infused the first patient in India for CAR-T after getting the CDSCO approval for a pilot trial. By December 22, the phase 1s were completed and phase 2 started. By October 23, the adult trial, based on the adult trial conclusion, which was mostly on lymphoma patients, the drug got approved by the CDSCO, and again, that made it the first cell and gene approval in India. This is just a few snapshots of the stages that we went through. So this is the preclinical development. As you can see, this is the patent application which was filed by Dr. Rahul and IIT Bombay. This met several claims of novelty, inventive step, and industrial applicability with the worldwide freedom to operate. I am at pains to explain to you this was a novel product and it is not a biosimilar. This is a snapshot of the animal experiments which showed that the CAR-Ts were working when given to the mice, and those mice which did not get it, it did not work. The next was manufacturing. Now, pharmaceutical companies, they do the manufacturing. We were academic centers. I'm a clinician, he is a scientist. We were both working in academic institutes. We didn't know this manufacturing. We had to learn it from scratch. We were helped in this path by the NCI. There was no guidelines in India how to do cell and gene therapy manufacturing because the product was just not there earlier. Dr. Rahul gave up his office and converted it into a GMP facility with help of funding from IIT Bombay, and this facility was able to get CDSCO approval. This slide shows you the gamut of regulatory pathways that we had to jump through. This is well established and probably known to many in this audience, but we were going through it for the first time for us. But what the problem was that for each of these committees that we went to, they were dealing with a proposal like this for the first time, and there was an intense amount of scrutiny on us. I must say everybody was very thorough and very helpful and very supportive, but also at the same time, it was also that they were also dealing with it the first time. We were all learning together. So as I keep saying, we did not just make the car, we also had to make the road. When the clinical trial started on 1st June 2021, we infused the first child with CAR-T therapy in India. That made it the first person to get CAR-T therapy in India, any kind of cell and gene therapy. It was hailed as an historic day. 2 weeks later, my colleague, Dr. Hasmukh Jain, who was leading the adult trials, was able to start the clinical trial in adults with lymphoma mostly at that time. And as you can see, Dr. Rahul Purwar was there at both the times to be with both the teams. This finally put India on the CAR-T cell map, and with this we were, so that's it. So with these 2 clinical trials, we were finally on the clinical trials map, which as you can see, there was nothing in the global south. All the trials were going on in the global north. And with this, the number of clinical trials in that sense have been increasing. Our own trials, phase 1, phase 2, from 2021, TBC, TMC, and IIT Bombay, the phase 2 trials are now with ImmunoAct. Immunil launched one in Bangalore, and then CMC Vellore started its own trial. And by 2024, we are going to be starting another phase 1 trial in another indication. And there's also now Dr. Reddy's with Origin, which has started the phase 1 trial for multiple myeloma. So now the cell and gene therapy space is hotting up. We have a handful of trials going on. But I might remind you that as far as this graph was concerned, we were still way behind where the rest of the world was probably about a decade ago. I'm sorry the slide is not showing up properly, but the orange arrows which you see, this is a sort of a swimmer plot which shows you each individual bar is a patient who received the CAR T cell therapy. In the phase 1 trial in children, do patients who received less than 3 million doses per kg had some kind of responses, but these were short-lived, though this one patient had a very long response also. One patient had no response, but they were not long. But above 3 to 5 million per kg, apart from one patient who had a partial response and is now no more, every other patient is continuing to be in long-term sustained remission. And this is quite incredible because these are patients who have not, whose disease has come back after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of therapy. Some of them have undergone even 2 bone marrow transplants, and still their disease has come back completely not responding to anything. And this is now they are in ongoing sustained remission. No, I am just about halfway through. I can start again. Start again.
What sir is saying is complete your.
Are you completed?
Yeah, just complete.
Thank you very much. So to just get back on track, I was talking about India's first CAR T cell therapy that we developed, and it's also the first of its kind of cell and gene therapy in the country. On 4th June 21, after the preclinical journey which I just described, we infused the first patient with CAR T cell therapy, a child with leukemia, in the bone marrow transplant unit in ACTRAC. And a couple of weeks later, my colleague Dr. Hasmukh Jain started the phase 1 trial with the same IND in adults with lymphoma, B-cell lymphoma. And this was a major moment for us because this finally put India on the CAR T cell map. As you can see, all the trials were going on in the global north, and there were no trials in the global south at all. So with this, the clinical trial scenario in India has also started hotting up. With our starting of our own trials, there were other trials which were opened across the country. Immunil also opened one in Bangalore. CMC Vellore opened one in Vellore. Now also with the extension of other trials, including branching out into multi-centers by all these 3 people, Immunil and ImmunoAct, now we have multiple trials going all over the country. This is a snapshot of the pediatric phase 1B trial in which we escalated the dose gradually from less than 3 million kg to 3 to 5 million per kg and 10 to the power 10 million per kg CAR T cells per patient. The orange arrows which you see are the patients who are in ongoing sustained remission. Almost every patient, apart from one who had a short-lived response, who received above 3 to 5 million per kg, is in an ongoing sustained remission. Some of them are now 2 years out post this. Similarly, this data was presented in the ASH meeting in 2023 by my colleague Dr. Hasmukh Jain, which showed the incredible responses which we were getting mostly in lymphoma patients. You can see all the green arrows, all the bars which are there with green arrows at the end are the patients in ongoing sustained remissions. Some of them received a second CAR T infusion to get it. Based on these landmark trials, the CDSCO approved this therapy for use in adults above 15 years of age with B-cell lymphoma and B-cell leukemia, and that made it the first approved cell and gene therapy in our country. And not only that, with that we have joined, actually though the number of trials which are going on, as you could see, were going on in many countries, but when it comes to approved therapies, there are many Western and Northern European countries also, rich countries also, which don't have an approved therapy as of now because of the sheer expense which is over there. And we now join a very small group of elite countries which has got its own CAR T cell therapy with NextCAR19 from ImmunoAct, and India also coming onto this map. This was recognized, and we were honored to meet the president, who came down to IIT Bombay in a ceremony in which she dedicated India's first indigenous CAR T cell therapy to the nation, and we were very grateful to the honorable president for doing this. But what I would like to say for the roadmap ahead, that this is indeed not just the CD19 car and bringing it to the market and bringing it approved was not our only aim. From the very beginning, the aim was to get into the space of cell and gene therapy and use this as a platform for the ongoing therapies and multiple therapies which have to come. So with the lab, with our GMP center and facility in ACTRAC in Tata Memorial Center, which was supported by the National Biopharma Mission, we have now started working on the next line of therapies. We are working some of them along with Dr. Rahul's lab and with IIT Bombay and with ImmunoAct. That includes a dual CAR and GD2 CAR for GBM, glioblastoma, etc. But there are many other facilities which we are working on by our own, including NK cells, viral specific T cells, innate natural killer T cells, and oncolytic immunovirotherapy by my colleague Dr. Albina Nisar. And this is a snapshot of our facility in ACTRAC, where we are now using the equipment and the energies and the capacities that we have developed with the help of National Biopharma Mission to forward these. The next thing obviously becomes that we must spread the word, good word, and educate the country on this novel therapy. And so we are using our gained expertise and knowledge in this to conduct workshops and meetings. This is the series of advances in cell therapy workshops and conferences that we have been holding. This is also supported by the National Biopharma Mission. And in the last meeting, we had more than 500 delegates which attended, and it's now set to become the largest Asia-Pacific region cell and gene therapy meeting in this part of the world. But ultimately, technology must benefit patients. Ishwari now is amongst the longest living patients with disease-free after receiving a CAR-T in India. And it was only natural that she wanted to meet Emily. There was a lovely meeting which was arranged between Emily Whitehead, who was the first girl in the world to receive CAR-T cell therapy just over a decade ago, and with her father, and she met Ishwari and her family, and there was a lovely interaction between them, and they discovered they have a common love for makeup, and just like Emily Whitehead, they promised to meet each other and go through some sessions sometime, and she dreams of making her own salon someday. Since she is herself the result of our dream, I hope that her dream does come true. Amongst the many people that I have to acknowledge, of course, our institutions backed us through the hilt, and we had an initial seed grant from Tata Trust, but it is really the BIRAC National Biopharma Mission which got us moving forward and was able to be a big catalyst in getting us to completion. These are members of my team from Tata Memorial Hospital and ACTRAC. And that is, of course, Dr. Rahul Purwar, whose work was what led to all this, and our collaborators from NCI who mentored us through this. With that, I thank you very much for your attention, and thank National Biopharma Mission for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we have the presence of our Honorable Chief Guest with us, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji, Honorable Minister of State Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology, and Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State, PMO, Ministry of Personal Public Grievances and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy, and Department of Space. I would request Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale to kindly welcome the Honorable Chief Guest. And I also invite Dr. Alka Sharma to deliver the welcome remarks.
Yes, sir. Namaskar, good afternoon everyone. On behalf of Department of Biotechnology and BIRAC, it is my great honor and privilege to extend warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State Independent Charge, Ministry of Science and Technology and Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Space, Dr. Jitendra Singh Ji. Sir, we are extremely grateful with your presence here in spite of your busy schedule today with us, today National Biopharma Mission Conclave. I also welcome Dr. Rajesh S. Gokhale, Secretary DBT, DG BRIC and Chairman BIRAC, Dr. Jitendra Kumar, MD BIRAC, Directors from DBTs, IBRIC institutions, eminent speakers from various reputed organizations for the validity session, industry representatives and senior officials from various ministries and departments, and my colleagues from DBT and BIREC. Sir, in today's conclave, since morning, we had sessions on biotherapeutics and vaccines, medical devices and diagnostics, and powering the ecosystem for next generation innovation with eminent experts in the field, especially in biopharmaceuticals. The recommendations made by the experts during panel discussion are very, very useful for us, and especially for the mission, and the same will be taken up further by the team at DBT and BIREC. Now a short video will be played to showcase the impact of National Biopharma Mission. And so with this, once again, we welcome you and extend a big thank you for sparing your valuable time and being with us today in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you very much.
The National Biopharma Mission, implemented in 2018, is a flagship mission of the Department of Biotechnology, DBT, Government of India, by BIRAC. The mission is approved by the Cabinet for a total cost of rupees 1,500 crore and co-funded by World Bank. The mission aims to transform the healthcare scenario and standards in the country through affordable product development. The objective of the mission aligns with other national missions like Make in India and Startup India. To plug in the necessary gaps in biopharmaceutical development pipeline, the National Biopharma Mission has supported more than 200 grantees. The mission initiatives have yielded over 19 successful product launches across vaccines for the unmet need, affordable biotherapeutics for high-burden diseases, medical devices, and diagnostic kits to reduce the import dependency. In total, interventions for 21 diseases were supported through the mission's efforts. Furthermore, significant strides were made in strengthening biopharma ecosystem with initiatives to enhancing clinical trial capabilities in diverse medical fields such as oncology, ophthalmology, rheumatology, diabetology. Alongside the hospital-based, nationwide network of field sites were also developed for vaccine trials, which was leveraged for the COVID vaccine trials during the pandemic. It is now being used by trials of vaccines for dengue, chikungunya, and other acute febrile illnesses. In addition to these concrete outcomes, the National Biopharma Mission (NBM) has established an enabling ecosystem pivotal for fostering future advanced product development in India's biopharmaceutical industry. These includes the establishment of 21 shared infrastructure facilities, a network of 7 technology transfer offices, and robust intellectual property management frameworks aimed at elevating the enabling ecosystem to make India Atmanirbhar. The mission impact extends far and wide, getting 19 products in the market and established 21 infrastructure facilities, training over 7,000 people, 33 IPs generated to accelerate biopharma product development. Most importantly, more than 235 million people have benefited with the strengthening of the nation's capacity to prevent, diagnose, and respond to health emergencies. As India marches forward to solidify its global presence, the enduring legacy of the National Biopharma Mission will stand as a testament to transformative progress achieved within the biopharmaceutical landscape.
So this is a short video. To showcase the catalytic impact created by the National Biopharma Mission. So the mission has powered Make in India goal under the guidance and the guidance of our vibrant leadership, and it's my honor to invite Dr. Gokhale, Secretary DBT, for his remarks.
Namaskar. Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Minister for Science and Technology, Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, my colleague from DBT and BIRAC, all the honored guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for us to have Honorable Minister with us on this very, very important occasion. I think very few times you get chance to celebrate successes that have completed the missions that we started with. And National Biopharma Mission is one such cabinet-approved scheme that has shown spectacular, actually, outcomes that we have never expected when the whole process and journey began. If you really look at, this was a really catalytic in terms of Mission COVID Suraksha program also, in fact, utilized this base that was created by National Biopharma Mission. And on the top of this, it could develop and generate various activities, vaccine platforms, and variety of tools and technologies, diagnostics, what were developed around this time, actually. I think this has been pivotal in shaping a robust, inclusive, and sustainable biotech ecosystem that has never been seen before in this country. And I think this would improve the variety of Atmanirbhar Bharat related activities that have Make in India programs and various other models that we are talking about. As you've seen, novel drug discovery and development, cutting-edge vaccine research, advanced genomics, and precision medicine, biotech startup and entrepreneurship, and skilled workforce development. These are all have been really catalytic events that have changed the landscape of rapidly evolving biopharma industry in our country. I need to first thank all of you who have been participated in this and with such a passion and enthusiasm. And since morning, we have had several meetings and several discussions where we laid out not only what we are planning to do, but what we are planning to do in future. And I would very much like to come back to us if you believe that you can contribute in some way to building an ecosystem that makes India, Viksit Bharat in next 25 years. And obviously, the key of it would be in next 3 to 5 years, how we evolve ourselves and make it happen. Again, let's join hand for the ambition of Viksit Bharat and shape for a better future. And again, I thank Honorable Minister. He just finished his debate in the Rajya Sabha, and in fact, he just immediately came from there and is likely to move on again there. So I don't want to take your time, sir. Thank you very much for your coming, and thank you very much, all of you, for being here today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now this is the most awaited moment of the day today. That is the release of the impact book. So we have our honorable chief guest, Honorable Mantriji. So we would request Mantriji to kindly release the impact book of the National Biopharma Mission, which highlights the transformative innovations which have been supported throughout the journey of last 5 years. So I also request dignitaries on the dais to kindly accompany Honorable Mantriji for release of the impact book. I also request our financial advisor, Shri Vishwajit Sahayji, the mission director from the National Biopharma Mission, Dr. Shishendu Mukherjee, also to join the dignitaries on the dais. I also invite Madhvi to quickly join on the dais for the release of the impact book. Okay, sir. So now I request our guest of honor to kindly deliver the keynote address. And we are privileged to have your presence today and to commemorate this journey of the National Biopharma Mission, which has been implemented under your guidance, and we acknowledge truly your constant support.
Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, and an eminent biotechnologist in his own right, Dr. Rajesh Gokhale, had to leave just now. In fact, I have to follow him. So I asked him, you move on so that they know that we are on the track. So thank you very much. Also, Alka Sharma and Dr. Jitendra from the BIRAC and all the members of the faculty. At the outset, I have to compliment you all and also a compliment to myself. I think I too am a part of it for the anniversary of the National Biopharma Mission. And though, because Rajesh was keen that we should have this program today itself, it was not a very ideal day from the point of view of the availability of time. So, been hopping from one place to other. I wish I could spend longer here, attending also some of the academic sessions and scientific sessions, because that's something which is much closer to my heart. But nevertheless, I've asked him to provide me the copies of the presentations. So as was being mentioned by Rajesh, it was about 4 or 5 years back in 2017 that the cabinet headed by Prime Minister Modi approved of this initiative, and this was launched in 2018 with a budget of rupees 15,000 crore with 50% from the World Bank. So it was in fact a kind of a different kind of a initiative, a unique happening in a government sector, that too in Government of India. And of course the purpose then, as we cited during the presentation in the cabinet also, before the other ministers, was to accelerate the discovery research, to develop pharmaceuticals, to empower at the same time the biotech entrepreneurship. And I'm glad with the support of BIRAC and BIRAC acting as an interface, it has gained to a great extent the objective that it was envisaged. In fact, encouraged from this, Prime Minister also during the G20 announced a global biopharma mission with Brazil, US and some other countries, India taking a lead. So that's also going to give India an edge in the world geopolitics as a kind of a leader, at least not only in diplomatic fields, but also in an area which is very much specialized scientific area. But of course, it's been, Rajesh has told you everything, so also you've been told about the various, the movie displayed just now gave all the achievements happening in the last 3-4 years, the number of TOTs, the number of entrepreneurs generated out of this, so I don't have to repeat that. In fact, in our scientific conferences, at least we had made it a point, the lesser number of slides and lesser number of words, and we would give the best presenter award. And I remember once we had an award for just 4 slides. Anybody exceeding that would get negative marking. So, at the risk of not repeating anything, I think all that has been seen could be taken as having said by me as well. And I'm sure the PIB and the media persons will also take it like that. But of course, what was occurring to my mind when I was listening to Alka and also Rajesh is that I think the birth of this mission happened at the right time. So it was the most optimum time to happen because I think most importantly, there was awareness and sensitivity about it in all the stakeholders. The government was ready for it because we had a Prime Minister in the form of Narendra Modi who has a natural temper for science, who also is very supportive once he's convinced about any new initiative. And that's in fact one of the presentations that now Rajesh is gone is also related to biotechnology in the PMO. So we had a very supportive, because otherwise in the past at the level of the policymakers and the political dispensation, such kind of thoughts did not receive always a very top priority. Now science, technology, startup related initiatives. So that was one advantage we had. The second was that we had just come out of COVID. So to many, COVID came as a calamity, to biotechnologies came as a virtue. And it made everybody aware about what biotechnology was all about. So you found the television discussing about it the whole day, discussing about the vaccines, the very biotechnology aspects of it, virtually every TV anchor turning into a biotechnologist. So that created a kind of public awareness and public acceptability about the kind of work that was being done here. And I think that is a result from just about 50 biotech startups, which we had till about 7-8 years back. We now have over 6,000 or so, some of them of a global relevance. And then, of course, the BioRec had also happened. And the success stories of the first ever DNA vaccine, and of course the medical devices and biotherapeutics, as Dr. Alka was mentioning, gave us also a global projection, particularly the DNA vaccines. So everybody wanted to know what it was all about. And a survey conducted, I think, just around that time, about 2 years back, among class 12 pass-out children in Delhi, NCR, showed that biotechnology had suddenly assumed a third or fourth priority for them as a career. And this is quite contrary to the fact that till a few years ago, if you asked a common citizen walking around, even a student, what biotechnology was about, they would not be able to spell out whether it's biology or technology or engineering or medicine. So I think we were into a best of times. Then the other, why I say is good time for it is that now India is moving upward as an economy. We are already fifth, going to be fourth, going to be third in next 2-3 years. And when we reach the top, which is of course envisaged as 2047, it could be earlier also, bioeconomy is going to play a very important component in India's future growth story, the future growth economy. And as all of us, as scientists, have learned not to talk without evidence, I think there's a reason to say that, because when we say that India would go up to the top, I mean, it's easily said by others, the non-scientific person, because it sounds very romantic saying that. But as scientific researchers, we are expected to ask ourselves, how is it going to happen? So when you ask yourself, where is the value addition going to come? It's the huge, huge bio sources which have been underexplored or unexplored in India. And that goes beyond, right from Himalayas up to down the coastal line. We have among the longest coastal lines, 7,500 kilometer long coastal area beginning from Bengal up to the other side, Gujarat, Maharashtra. We have a number of states living in the lap of Himalayas. So all those resources have now been started to be explored. I'm glad all this has happened in the last few years. And for example, in CSIR, we launched the Aroma mission, again originating from the hills, and is immediately picked up as a very important startup option in the hill states of Jammu Kashmir, Himachal, Uttarakhand, far off Arunachal. We have about 3,000-4,000 startups. And that again is dealing with viruses. And the important lesson we also learn from that, which I've always been saying, is that two important things to sustain any entrepreneurship. A, that you have early linkage with industry. Without that, it won't be able to actually sustain for long. And B, you don't get hooked onto the fact that you have to have very highly qualified scientists to be, tech entrepreneurs or startup entrepreneurs. So this is a domain called agri startup, which is exclusive to India. So unfortunately, what happened was the startup concept for the first time came from the West, landed in Bangalore, which is an IT city, so that got stuck in our mind. But our agri startups are actually making more money. And now we have case studies of at least 2 boys at least. One an MBA, the other BTech, who left their corporate jobs. And I asked them why. He said, when the undergraduates can earn more than me, what am I doing slogging for a company 14 hours a day? So these resources have remained unexplored, underexplored, which means our bioresources and bioeconomy is going to contribute to India's future economic growth, and therefore it's also going to be an important part of, we are going to play, all of us, an important task in the future nation building. We have already, and that's, of course, the other areas are like space extra, I'm not going into that, but our bioresources, and also now that we have planned and suggested, moved a proposal for having another policy for biomanufacturing, where we would have a dedicated program with separate budgeting, and coupled with that, the National Research Foundation, the Anusandhan, which we named, which will have about 70–60% of contribution from the non-government resources. Because, so that other part, I think, as I said, A, that we have to, we learned from this experiment that early linkage is the industry. B, that you have to give up the skepticism or the reservation between the private sector and the public sector. And BIREC has turned out to be one of those good role models. And I think we also practiced in the space department 3 years back, around the same time when the NBM was established in the biotechnology department. We opened up the space department also to the private sector. And again, thanks to the Prime Minister who gave us the permission, because there was quite an out-of-box decision not having, we ventured for last 60, 70 years. The result is that when the decision was taken, we had only one space startup. Today we have 229. And now we envisage 5 times increase in the space economy in the next 10 years. So, and that quantum jump has happened because we gave up the inhibition or reservation or skepticism of integrating. So early industry linkage, wider extended integration, and I would rather go one step ahead because I had been a very vociferous votary. The time will come soon when we would realize the merit of having not only PPP model, but PPP plus PPP. That is public-private within the country and public-private outside the country. So BIREC as an interface, integrating the public and the private and the public sector back home, and then also collaborating the international players or participants. And one of the mandates that we have kept in the NRF, National Research Foundation, is also to facilitate such collaboration, the international collaboration. So we look forward to the times. I'm sure this is one of the better times happening, not only for India, but also for those who are engaged in this area. And we have much, much more acceptability. I came across some of the biotech startup groups in Germany because I always have a curiosity to, interact with the youngsters. That's where you learn from, because the oldies will start counting your age and counting their age. So put everything to an end. So they'll make you feel as is a time for singing the national anthem and quitting. So youngsters are always there. So I found that many of the startup groups had a sizable number of Indian boys and girls, even though Germany is not a place with many of the diaspora. So I asked, I said, what are the merits in the Indian boys you found? And they gave me a number of reasons. They said they are very hardworking, that of course all of us have slogged our way. They are very committed, this, that. And finally at the end, they said they don't take a weekend off. So with all those advantages that we have and our resources which have not been explored, I'm sure particularly the startups now who have another 20 years to live up to the day which Rajesh was hitting at 2047. So they are the ones who will be celebrating the century India and would be able to recall that someone like Jitendra Kumar was there heading the BIREC and giving them a headway. So we have the responsibility of ensuring capacity building and creating an enabling milieu by integrating all these. So I think, I'm sure all of us together would be able to live up to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your words of encouragement and guidance. I request Dr. Alka Sharma, Senior Advisor, Department of Biotechnology, to kindly felicitate our Honorable Mantriji. Now I request Dr. Jitendra Kumar, Managing Director, BIREC, to kindly deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Minister Sir, for your encouraging remarks and inspiring words. As he's leaving, I just wanted to close the session. In closing, the NBM Conclave has provided a valuable platform for reflection and forward planning. As we advance, our focus will remain on accelerating impact, fostering innovation, and driving inclusive growth. By harnessing our collective strengths and embracing new opportunities, we are poised to shape a future where India stands at the forefront of global healthcare advancements. Together, we will continue to push boundaries, set new standards, and realize the vision of healthier, more resilient nation. Thank you for your dedication and contribution to this vital mission. Thank you so much.